talk about George the Animal Steel eating the turnbuckle, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And then
eating.
Huh? Yeah,
Eating.
He used to eat the turnbuckle.
Yeah.
Oh my!
That's why he was George the Animal Steel.
Right.
He was a bit of a wild card.
He like
A bit.
He was bald and he was great character.
Not
but anyway,
super athletic, but you didn't want to catch him.
He's dirty.
Dirty, and like he would go out there and do whatever he had to get the W.
Yes, he was not afraid of the foreign object.
No,
at all. He always had a foreign object in his tights. Anyway, so was my brother. We used to have a lot of fun with it. And then back in my day, they used to have territories. It wasn't all under the WWE or WWF, so there was like the Northeast, the South, and those wrestlers would wrestle among, let's say, 6 to 8 states. So we had a venue near Reading, the Hamburg Fieldhouse.
Oh.
And we'd go up there once in a while to see, well, I can remember exactly. We saw Blackjack Mulligan and Blackjack Lanza.
The Battle of Blackjacks?
They were tag team partners.
Okay.
I saw I saw Chief Jay Strongbow. I saw Ivan Putski. And it's just a lot of fun.
Ivan Putski?
Ivan.
Oh,
the
Ivan.
Polish Hammer.
Of course.
The original Polish Hammer.
Well, and I mean, Chief Jay Strongbow.
Chief Jay Strongbow.
You can't call yourself Chief Jay Strongbow anymore.
You also can't go on the warpath, which he used to. But then again, that's what it...
not if you don't want trouble.
Look at, God, they pitted Sergeant Slaughter against the Iron Sheik. I mean, Sergeant Slaughter was a U.S. Marine character, and the Iron Sheik was from Iran.
He came in and changed the game.
That one was trouble.
I say this about the Chief, yet we still have college and pro teams where we can elongate our hand with an open hand, and we can chant along with a drum. Exactly. So, I mean, yes, you can still do all those things, but just hearing you guys, and we had a little bit of a show thread earlier about Hulk and, Grandy, not a wrestling fan. I'm not a wrestling fan. Lucas, the same. And I just was wondering about, our own life and what got you into what you're into. And I was fascinated by you in wrestling because, you're a basketball guy and, you're elite in 70s baseball, Stratomatic, and so many other things. But you were a big fan of wrestling.
Huge.
Yeah. And so it just made me think about our influences, right?
Yeah, it was a simpler time.
Dan.
Back then.
It was.
We'll never be able to go back to that period of time.
My father was not a fan, neither were my brothers, and so in my household, you didn't watch it. And this is in the 70s when, some of the characters you're rolling out, and then in the 80s, Hulk Hogan burst on the scene, and, James Kincaid earlier calling him the Babe Ruth of wrestling, and that hit me, and James Kincaid knows more about it than any of us would ever forget, and it just made me think about those athletes in other sports. Who are they?
Right.
And, are they still among us? And I do believe that we have one about a mile and a half down the road. Steph Curry. Steph Curry. And he's not, what Hulk did for wrestling, Steph Curry maybe did for the three-point shot, but when you look at that organization, and you were there when Joe Lacob was able to outduel Larry Ellison and buy the thing for, what, $360?
$450.
So he buys it for $450
million. Yeah.
Right. And now it's worth maybe $12 billion. And I'm not saying it's all because of Steph. It's not. It's because of Joe, Steve, Draymond, Clay, KD,
the arena,
Leandro, Patrick McCaw, whatever.
Leandro.
Thank you. I was trying to get to Ian. I couldn't get to Ian Clark in time. All roads lead to Kaminga. But thinking about what Steph did for that franchise and what Hulk did for the WWE, I do think that there's a parallel.
Well, my mind immediately went to Bird and Magic because that kind of revitalized the NBA. And then, of course, you have Jordan after that, and then you just got this long slew of stars. But it kind of was Bird and Magic that created NBA in the mainstream again, and that's kind of what Hulk did with wrestling, although I'm not an expert in how he impacted that whole sphere. But it feels like the similarity for me in the NBA sphere is the Bird and Magic rivalry that kind of got everybody back involved in the NBA again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
So when he said Babe Ruth, like obviously that's a huge figure, but I think for a lot of people, like baseball started with Babe Ruth. That's the modern game. Like Babe Ruth is where most people's knowledge of baseball starts. And so I was trying to think about, because he was describing WrestleMania as being like the Super Bowl, and that really didn't happen until Hulk Hogan brought it to the WWF. And so what's the equivalent for basketball? I don't know. Like, would it be someone like Chamberlain or Russell? Like those two?
I think
George Mikan.
Chamberlain would be a good call.
I mean,
because he was kind of like Hulk. He was just, his sheer size was what set him apart.
Right?
Yeah.
And then for the NFL, I don't know if you like. I mean, I'm trying to think about
Dick Butkus.
Dick Butkus,
You like that?
Gale Sayers. I don't know.
Bart Starr. Yeah.
Otis Thorpe.
Honestly,
no. Who's my guy? No, I keep on saying his name wrong.
Otis Sistrom?
No. Jim Thorpe. Sorry.
Jim Thorpe.
Or Jim Brown.
Yeah.
For me, if you want to trace it all the way back, and we had this conversation earlier, and the NFL doesn't really have a fair comp because the NFL is just the damn NFL. But if you want to go back to the moment, and I'll share my deep dive a little bit later, because I was looking at 1 seeds in baseball, basketball, and football. Like, how important is it to be a 1 seed to go out there and win the chip? And I went all the way back through every Super Bowl, and you go back to 1968, the 1969 Super Bowl, Joe Willie Namath, and the AFL, because Green Bay won the first 2, and then the Jets came out and Joe with the guarantee, and then they win the darn thing, and then I believe the next 2 years the AFL also won the Super Bowl. And so the fact that Namath did that in that moment on that stage, that for me is probably the closest you could get to Hulk Hogan.
And of course, you know who the coach of the Baltimore Colts was back then.
Was that Shula?
Don Shula.
Yeah, Don Shula.
Great call.
Yeah.
Great call. The other thing I was going to say was it about wrestling?
No, it was about Larry and Magic.
Oh, yeah.
And you remember, because we were kids, where the NBA finals were like, you watched it
delayed.
and you watched it on CBS. It's like, it's an hour recap of a game. It was like an abbreviated game. And then Larry and Magic in college, they played for the Natty, and Magic and Greg Kelso.
Kelser.
I apologize. I'll have to confirm that. I think I'm right and you're wrong. But
Greg Kelser, Jay Vincent.
Yep.
They had a guy named Terry Donnelly.
It's the
He's a white
70s,
guy,
and so I'm in over my head a little bit.
Well, Kelso's on that 70s show, so that might have.
Might have been. And, Travis Kelso, and, thank you. It's a 1 on purpose.
No,
but
It is indeed Greg Kelser, can confirm.
Thank you.
Hate to see it.
Played for the Pistons.
Nicknamed Special K.
I hate when he's right.
like the cereal.
So, well, the thing with Bird and Magic was Dibs right. They played in the national championship game.
The Natty.
They had everything going for them. One was black, one was white. They played against each other in the national championship, and then they go to the 2 most storied franchises in the league. Incredible. Like what Curry did, though, was he took a franchise that was basically on the periphery of the NBA. Like, if I could tell you how many times I was in another city covering the Warriors and a cab driver would say, "What are you in town for?" "I'm going to go see the Golden State Warriors Knicks." "Golden State? Who's it? Where's Golden State?" It's the Bay Area, California. Like what Steph did for the Warriors is like infinitely kind of more impressive than what Bird did for the Celtics and Magic did for the Lakers.
Like Bird, Jordan.
He like. I don't want to minimize
Chicago's
Chris Mullin.
city, but
I don't want to minimize Chris Mullin and Rick Barry and the greats before him. But Curry elevated this franchise in incomprehensible ways.
And he changed the actual sport, which
Yes.
I do think, and Magic did the same. And, Larry Bird was just an amazing player in Boston, and the rivalry. And this is what makes me think more about Hulk Hogan. And the reality of Hulk is that he had, rivals. He had Macho Man Savage, and, James Kincaid was laying it out. And as I'm listening to that interview you guys did, it made me think about sports, man. And Guru, like, part of the reason why Steph and his run have been so great is it's been Steph and LeBron. And, LeBron has had to go through Steph and LeBron. And, LeBron got him when Draymond got suspended. And then Steph came back and got him with KD. And so the idea of personalities and whether or not wrestling is, concocted and fake and whatever, it is. But the athleticism is real. And it's all about the characters and the rivals. And even last year, and I'm going to say this before Willard gets back, because it was Dodgers-Yankees. It was Shohei against Judge, and it was New York and L.A., and it's like, that was awesome, even though L.A. won and none of us wanted them to do that. But it's about characters and rivals and storylines in all of sports, right?
Yeah. I
mean, it's the same thing for the rematch with Philly and KC, right? They'd already met in the Super Bowl. I think the Chiefs were the team that everybody was wondering whether or not they were invincible. No, in this market, you didn't want either team to win. It was right. Like, can the Eagles knock this seemingly unstoppable team off its mantle? Can they prevent the dynasty from getting another one? Because everyone just felt like the Chiefs are this inevitable Death Star in the NFL, and now we get to see next year if there's another chapter. I think that's probably why a lot of people like wrestling, and a lot of my friends did, is because you get to know the characters, you develop your love for the heels or the face, the heroes or the villains. And I kind of think that's what the NBA is missing right now, is there's no roles for all these teams. Like, don't get me wrong, like OKC's a great team. Boston last year was a great team. Denver the year before. Like, these are all good teams, but there's not really a side to pick. Everybody's just kind of rubbernecking the NBA right now.
Well, that's what interest is in general about anything. You want to have a side to pick, and what you're laying out is exactly the same thing I was thinking. It's why. And I'm not a huge wrestling guy, but I understand why people like it, because those storylines are so easy to grasp, and it's so easy to say, I'm on side A, I'm on side B. Screw your guy, my guy's going to take him down. It's easy to have that kind of conversation or that feeling about wrestling because, and if you want to say it's fake or scripted or whatever it is, they do it for that reason, so that you can have that intrigue and those two sides fighting. And to Evan's point, the NBA post Steph LeBron in the finals every year hasn't really had that.
Yep.
And it's like, new face every single year, which for the NBA and Adam Silver would say it's good, but for the average fan who's trying to be invested, is it good? I don't know.
It's not. And the word you used is actually the perfect word, which is easy. If you're a wrestling fan and you've got one of the various WrestleManias that's coming up and you know who's going to be there, it's like you either like the one guy or you don't like the other guy. And this year in the NBA Finals, Tyrese Halliburton against SGA, and we're all so deep into it, and we love all these guys. We know all these guys, and we're completely yacked in, as my daughter would say. Her L's are Y's, and so we're working through that. But for the casual NBA person or a sports fan, Halliburton against SGA, what is that? Who is that? Halliburton sounds like a Texas oil company from the 90s, and SGA sounds like it might be an affliction. So it's not the same as Steph against LeBron, right? Or, Magic against Bird or Jordan against his legacy or whatever. So,
and the boss always likes a reset. So for this from the 650 on the Boxer and Gershon's work attorney.
Hang in there.
I do it great when you're not here. The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Evan did it earlier, and he did it. I could tell with his eyes closed, he nailed it. Anyhow.
They want to know, why are y'all talking about wrestling? Did someone lose a bet?
Not exactly.
No, Hulk Hogan passed today. 71 years old, wrestling icon. He bridged sports and entertainment.
It's funny you say that, because I was telling these guys earlier on the thread, I was like, yeah, he actually crossed over from wrestling into the movies, Rocky 3. And I looked up Rocky 3 42 years ago, or 43 years ago, Steiny.
Jeez.
That one hit me, because these guys are late 20s, early 30s, and so I was thinking that it wasn't quite that old.
What was original Rocky, 75? 76?
I think 75.
Yeah, because I think
Best Picture.
It had a bicentennial theme in it.
Yep.
76.
76.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean,
what are we doing?
Rocky 1.
50 years.
I'm just saying
almost.
Rocky 1 was none of the other ones can touch it.
Yeah, I agree that everyone says Rocky 4 is the best one.
Chance.
And it has the best montage, and I think it's got the biggest, I don't know, maybe villain. Dolph Lundgren.
Is that Drago?
Yeah, Drago's is, but Come on, the original's the original.
The original, the soundtrack of the original Rocky was unbelievable, and I'm sure it won tons of awards. I want to say Stan Conti.
Look at you.
Stan Conti.
Anything 70s?
You never know, right?
No, you're nailing it. I wanted to lay out in case of possible recording and repurposing.
There also was another song where they were on a street.
Get by copyright.
Take you back. Do, 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 do. Take you back like before. You never heard that? Bill Conti.
Maybe.
Hey, it's 50 years ago.
Women weaken legs.
Remember? And he drank the raw eggs.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
4.
And I would argue that Rocky 3 with Mr. T was the better villain than Drago, I Must Break You. Because Mr. T came for Adrian out there when they had the pre-fight conference.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Hey, lady. Why don't you come with a real man?
That's right.
Rock didn't like that. Rock didn't like it at all. And Rock was already a little soft. And, Mr. T got him, spoiler alert, 50 years ago. Got him the first time, but Rock came back in the second.
He was setting up for Rambo.
The original protagonist, Carl Weathers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he eventually would train Rocky in
Correct.
that. And just the Rocky 3 moment of Hulk Hogan, they do an exhibition wrestling match. And Rocky comes out and he's like, hey, this is going to be fun. We're just, And Hulk comes out and he's taking it like it's real. And so he's like throwing Rocky around. And Rocky has to get all mad and come back at the Hulk. And finally, Rocky beats the Hulk. And the Hulk is like, great show, man. That was awesome. And Rocky's like, there's a show? And Hulk Hogan's basically like, yeah, I mean, that's what he did. Yeah. Anyway.
It's just what I do.
Yeah. Hulk Hogan, rest in peace. So, I don't know. We'll get into a little bit of that, but also Niners camp. And, I do think that there are a couple big-time members of the coaching staff who are under more pressure than you might think based on what this team is going to do. So we'll get into that as well.
And we got Tim Kawakami at 3:15.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
I was talking about Tim the other day about the guy gets the guys. The guy gets the big guys.
Great conversation with Shanahan.
Yeah, looking forward to that, gentlemen. Have a good rest of the day and bring it home on 95.7 The Game. He always had a foreign object in his tights. I do it great when you're not here.
Welcome in. Happy Thursday. No Willard. He's back on Monday. Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs. Lot to get to today, Dibs. Practice number 2 for the Niners at training camp has already come and gone. We're going to hear from Trent Williams before the day is over. He spoke down in Santa Clara today, as we just said. Tim Kawakami at 3:15. He's been down there, including his one-on-one conversation with Kyle Shanahan on the TK show. If you missed it, don't listen right now because you're listening to Willard and Dibs, but I would suggest you listen. You can do so on the free Odyssey app. Plus, we do have nothing incredibly newsworthy about Jonathan Kaminga, but we have important faces in this whole saga that have spoken or at least tweeted. So we will get into some Jonathan Kaminga stuff as well, Dibs. But since we're just talking about it, Hulk Hogan, wrestling superstar, passed away today at age 71. Regardless of what you think of the person himself, there's no denying that Hulk Hogan, biggest star in the history of wrestling, and is a big reason why it is what it is today.
No doubt, and it just made me think about like the impact he had on wrestling, and you and I have both already said, and Lucas as well, our director of sports, where we were not big wrestling fans, and I know a lot of you are. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on wrestling or Hulk Hogan, but I've always been aware of Hulk and aware of wrestling. It just was never my thing.
Same, yeah.
But, when you watch somebody like that, and he started about 40-something years ago or maybe even longer. And what wrestling was then to what it is now as a multi-billion-dollar industry, I couldn't help but think about just his impact and other athletes, and wrestlers are athletes, whether or not it's a sport, I don't want to get into today. I don't think it's actually a sport. It's more of a performance. It's like the ballet. If you go to watch a ballet performance, those are athletes. Like the ballerinas and, all the other people who are out there dancing, it takes an incredible amount of athleticism, but there's no scoreboard. There's no result. And so it's not really a sport, but with wrestling, what he was able to do as one of the, modern superstars, and by the time he left it, what that thing was worth, that to me is really impactful.
I mean, he just brought it into the public eye to a level that it never was before.
Right.
And we're trying to think of comps, and I know I threw out Bird and Magic as one, and maybe you go even further, maybe it is Wilt, and I know James Kincaid, who works for the Warriors, but who Steiny Guru had on because he's also a professional wrestling broadcaster, said he's the Babe Ruth of wrestling. One name that popped to mind to me, maybe not necessarily because it's so difficult because, as you said, maybe wrestling isn't a sport, so it's kind of hard to gauge like who was the best wrestler. Like Jordan is the best basketball player ever, and most people, a good chunk of people, would agree with that. Willie Mays, one of the best baseball players ever. Barry Bonds, maybe it's Ohtani, right? Babe Ruth, like. There's easy figures to say, well, they're one of the greatest of all time. I feel like it's a little more difficult with wrestling. So maybe not in the sense of the greatest of all time, but in terms of what they meant to the sport, a name that came to mind for me was Muhammad Ali as well. And what he meant to boxing, kind of similar to potentially what Hulk Hogan meant to wrestling.
Yeah, great call. And also a lot of this, for me, has to do with the timing of it. And so when Ali gets into his real prime and his heyday, which a lot of that was when I was a very young person in the 70s, and you had ABC Wild World of Sports, and you had Howard Cosell, and the Howard Cosell, Muhammad Ali dynamic, not unlike what James Kincaid was mentioning about Mean Gene Okerlund. I don't even know if you know who that is. But
don't know who that is.
He was the announcer, and he would do these interviews with the wrestlers before they would have the big wrestling match, and he was...
I can imagine.
Well, and he was in on the bit, obviously.
Of course.
And he was, part Kevin Harlan and part town crier and snake oil salesman.
Yep.
Mean Gene was hilarious and really good, and he was in on it, and so
you pit the guys against each other,
right. And the Mean Gene Hulk Hogan dynamic was not unlike Cosell and Ali, where Ali would Howard, you got a toupee, and Howard would do his thing, and he's trying to be a journalist, but he knew that he was also kind of a huckster, and so I do think that the timing of it. Like Magic and Bird, when they came up in 1980, Magic is the NBA Finals MVP as a rookie, and those two have a rivalry at the same time where the NBA was actually going to start to be on TV live. I think the confluence of factors is partly what Hulk Hogan was able to benefit from.
Yeah, part of why we think, or why I think at least, of Bird versus Magic as the duo that helped the NBA reach new heights was the timing of it. If Steph and LeBron existed at that time and they got to finals over and over and over again, it might be a similar factor, similar influence. Although what Steiny pointed out is good. The Bird Magic thing just had literally every angle worked out because they were college rivals, and one was black and one was white, and they went to these two mammoth franchises. So that was obviously part of it. But a big part, if Magic and Bird came in the same circumstance, just it happened now in 2025, they would still obviously be great rivals, but the influence on the sport might not be nearly as large just because of the timing of it. The NBA has already become a titan in the sports world.
Right, and that's why I think about Steph and even LeBron, where LeBron comes out of high school as a phenom, and we actually watched his high school games. Yeah. I'm sure you remember that as a kid.
A broadcast on ESPN, at least a couple of them.
More than a couple, a bunch of them. It would be regular programming, and it's here's LeBron James, playing high school ball in Akron. And
remember, Jake Billis talking to LeBron on ESPN when he was a junior.
Right,
in high
junior.
School. It's
so,
what is going on here?
I mean, the hype was bananas, and then for him to go out there and, outlive the hype and go on to do what he did at a time, which was, I guess it was pre-internet. It was right in the nascent days of early internet, and so
wasn't common for everyone.
Right, and it was dial-up, and we all had Napster, and we were trying to do our thing and stealing songs and all the rest of it. But I think that became something that propelled basketball forward. And then Steph Curry, what he's done as an undersized 3-point shooting legend, not only for the league, but really for this franchise, it had me thinking a little bit about Hulk in that same way, influential-wise.
Yeah, and then the other thing, and if you want to weigh in with any thoughts, we can take your thoughts on Hulk Hogan, who passed away today at 71, throughout the show. We are going to get to a lot of Niners and Warriors stuff coming up in a little bit. But the other thing, Dibs, that you pointed out that your mind kind of trails down this route is, all right, you're not a wrestling guy, I'm not a wrestling guy, and that's mostly because of how, what was on TVs in my house as a kid growing up, and essentially my dad, who kind of handed down all my sports fandoms, or the vast majority of them. Like, I'm a Giants fan because of my dad. I'm a Warrior fan because of my dad. I'm a Niner fan because of my dad. And my mom also grew up in the city, and while she was never as big of a sport fan as my dad, she, I remember her telling stories of listening to Lon Simmons call Willie Mays highlights, on the radio growing up as a kid. And that was a big part of my upbringing, was all of that. So because they weren't interested in wrestling or didn't have enough of an interest to have it on TV growing up, I never became a fan that way. What's interesting, though, is not my family was not a soccer fans at all. My dad, I don't know how much soccer he's ever sat down and watched. I'm a huge soccer fan. I watch a ton of soccer.
But from where? I wonder where that came from.
In college. Like, I never gave it the time of day, honestly, growing up as a kid, because, I don't know, I was never really introduced to it as a sport that you sit down and watch. And I got to college, and a couple of my good buddies from school were gigantic Arsenal fans, a team in the Premier League in London, and hanging out with them. You want to come over and watch this Arsenal game at 8:30 in the morning? Yeah, let's do it. And then slowly you become a fan, and now it's maybe the teams that I'm most locked in on. So it's interesting how we develop our sport fandoms, because generally it's just, for me, whatever my dad was a fan of.
Yep.
And then you have an exception here or there, but wrestling was not that exception for me.
No, nor was it for me, and I don't even think that either of my brothers watched it. And, again, I don't want to date myself as being too old, but everyone knows that, I'm a kid of the 70s, and back then you didn't have more than 5 or 6 channels, and so if wrestling was on, it was on once a week in a 1-hour block, and you didn't have a VCR, so you couldn't record it, so you either watched it or you didn't, and it was not appointment viewing in my household, and so we never saw it. And interesting about soccer, because I kind of came to soccer the same way as you. I worked in Marin as a PE aide, and one of my co-workers in the after-school program, a guy named Jean-Marc, a Frenchman who loved the beautiful game, and so he got me interested in all of that, and French soccer, bleu, blanc, et rouge, and all the rest of it. And Eric Cantona, who was playing for Manchester United back in the day, the French striker. And so I got into European soccer through him, and it slowly kind of grew into something that I became a big fan of, but it was not, through my parents. So I was wondering about the influences that we all have, where, you start to figure out what you might really like as a sports fan.
I would imagine that for most people, it's what we're talking about. You're so, as a kid, you're so just, you take in what's your surroundings and what's going on around you. And I feel like you get past a certain age, and it's kind of difficult to introduce something entirely new and have it not take over your life, but have it perhaps a new sport, a new team, to get to the level of the fandom that I have for the Warriors and the Giants and the Niners. Like that, I didn't think that was possible, but it's been that way for me with soccer. But I would imagine most people that are fans that are maybe my age or even your age of wrestling, they probably were fans of wrestling from a pretty young age, and they had that from the very beginning.
Yeah, most likely. And it has me thinking about two different people, a current host that I work with and a former host that I used to work with. And my current host, Mark Willard, who will be back on Monday, he's got his young 12-year-old son who is a super duper beyond the pale sports junkie. And I'm sure that comes from Mark and, the household where you go home and it's we're going to watch sports. It's what we're going to do. And my former partner, Joe Fortenbaugh, who's now doing ESPN, I think his kids are now 8 and 6. And he is a huge wrestling guy. And so when they have these wrestling cards, he actually will tweet out that his kids are like acting it out, and there's a bloody nose here, and there's like a broken coffee table there. And so he's raising his kids in that way. And so, yeah, these kids are all about wrestling, and they have the little figurines, and they'll do like figurine wrestling when there's not a show on. So I do think that a lot of it is from our parents, but like you're talking about with soccer, you get to college and it becomes the culture of what you're doing with your friends.
Yeah. I mean, kids are just sponges in those early years, and I think it's hard to have a replacement for something like that. All right, we got time for your calls and your texts if you want to weigh in throughout the day on Hulk Hogan. Passed away today at the age of 71. But when we come back, we got to talk about the 49ers who wrapped up day 2 of training camp today. We'll tell you what you need to know about day number 2. And then plus, you got to hear some things that some big names are saying about the 49ers. And Dibs and I will dive into that as well. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy with you. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Grandy and Dibs with you in for Willard here on a Willard and Dibs. Niners training camp, day 2 has come and gone. Dibs, practice number 2. They reported on Tuesday, practiced yesterday, practiced today. No pads yet. They'll practice again tomorrow, off Saturday, and then pads go on Sunday for the first time. Looking forward to that. There's some glowing responses coming in on Michael Williams, Dibs, which is good news, specifically from Trent Williams. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit, but there was something that has been thrown out today, and I think it's in response to something that was said on First Take on ESPN today that I want to get your take on, okay, Dibs? Did you hear what Louis Riddick had to say about the 49ers?
No, I missed that.
You want to hear it?
I would love to.
Louis Riddick, First Take on ESPN, says the Niners are rebuilding.
All signs point to Al Horford. They're certainly interested in him. I would say if they are not able to get
That's
that done,
the wrong cut. I don't know. Sorry about that. That is Anthony Slater.
Slates.
I don't know how that happened.
Crazy.
We'll get that figured out. Essentially, Dibs, Louis Riddick said that the Niners are rebuilding. You look at what they're going to have to go up against in the trenches and what their trenches are this year. Trent Williams and then Dominic Pooney, you don't have much else there, and how they're rebuilding the defensive line. This is a team that is in the middle of a rebuild. How does that make you feel?
I don't agree, and I think that we look at words and we look at words in the wrong way. I do think that there are levels to this, as Guru would say, and the old expression goes about where you are. And if you look at tiers of NFL teams, if you look at the top tier of, we're ready, we're there, we are a real threat. And you look at, Buffalo and Kansas City and Philadelphia, and you could look at maybe even Detroit. I don't know, whatever teams you want to look at and say, yeah, you're right there. You're on the cusp, and if things go your way, you could be a real Super Bowl threat. I would not put the Niners in that tier, but I would put them in the next tier, which is, if things break your way, you've got enough to make it happen. So I don't think that they're even in the reload tier or in the rebuild tier. And if you look at the NFL right now, you could probably find 6 or 8 teams that are clearly rebuilding. Like New Orleans, who's your quarterback? It's either Shuck or 2 of the guys that, have never really played. You are rebuilding. Carolina, we're still waiting to see about your quarterback. Tennessee, I think, is in a bit of a rebuild.
Oh, yeah.
And so, you could look at a lot of teams and say, yeah, you've got little to no chance. You are rebuilding. I don't even know if the Niners are reloading. They might be reloading, but I think last year's draft helps them feel like, combined with this year's schedule, that you're not rebuilding. For me, a rebuild is new QB, new coach, new GM. That's a rebuild. Shanahan's going nowhere. Lynch is going nowhere, and you just paid your quarterback. I'm sorry, Lewis, but you're not rebuilding.
Yeah, you're referring to Louis Riddick on ESPN on First Take. We do have that sound now. I want to play it for you, but I agree with everything you said. Here we go. Louis Riddick, Niners are rebuilding, huh?
I personally think they're in a rebuild, and I think they're in a rebuild because of the state of affairs in the trenches on both sides of the ball. It's being rebuilt. It just is. Look, Trent isn't going to play forever, Trent Williams. And if you take him off of that offensive line, I know there are people, if you look at that offensive line, they'll sit there and go, oh, man, who are we without Trent Williams? Quite honestly, if you kind of even back that out, who are the 49ers now, considering the fact that, look, I remember doing games with them as recently as maybe 2-3 years ago. Look, Depot was kind of like the heart and soul of this football team in terms of the way they like to play football. The bully ball that they like to play, the attitude that they play with. I don't think San Francisco scares the NFL like that anymore. And a lot of that also had to do with the kind of people they could roll out on the defensive side and rush you in waves on the defensive line. And they had to add a bunch of new young guys on that side of the football, and we don't know how they're going to pan out. We don't know how that unit is going to shape up. Look, we know that guys like Fred Warner and Joey Bosa, or rather Nick Bosa, are going to come out and play. We know that they're going to be there. But outside of that, look, you just don't know who this football team really is. And I think in an NFC West division that is just getting better and better, the Rams are on the up and up, the Cardinals are on the up and up, and Seattle is going to be better too. I think this could be one of those seasons where, look, San Francisco, I think you need to temper your expectations for them. I do. I know people don't like the word rebuild, but they are rebuilding some things there.
Okay, they are
rebuilding some things there.
I mean, they are rebuilding some positions. Like, you're getting new faces in there. Does that qualify as a franchise-wide rebuild? No. I have issues with a few things he said at the very end, talking about all the teams in the NFC West. Now they're all on the up and up. I don't understand the assumption that the Seahawks are magically a better football team. Like, you have Sam Darnold, who has one really good year, but are we just convinced that's who Sam Darnold is going to be? That's aside from the point. But the larger thing that Lewis is talking about is that the 49ers are rebuilding, and you need to temper your expectations as a result. When I hear someone say, Dibs, that the 49ers are rebuilding, that to me is what you laid out in terms of a rebuilding team. You have a question mark at quarterback, and you have maybe a new head coach or somebody that hasn't really been around for a while. If you think the Niners are rebuilding, you're just telling me you don't believe in Brock Purdy. And you can not believe in him, that's fine, but there are so many other examples, Dibs, of teams that move on from certain pieces, that have to get rid of more expensive pieces, maybe veteran pieces, maybe they haven't been as good of late and you have to move on because they're expensive, or maybe they're still good but they're so expensive that you have to move on from them anyway because your quarterback is due a gigantic contract. This happened to the Bills last offseason. Did we think they were rebuilding? No, because they had Josh Allen. And okay, no one's going to say Brock Purdy is better than Josh Allen, but if I hear anybody say the Niners are rebuilding, my immediate response is, you just don't believe in Brock, and that's fine. I do, and as a result, I don't think the 49ers are rebuilding.
I agree with you on that front, and for me, it's about not only the head coach and the GM, but it's about the three most important positions on the field, which is the dude who gets the quarterback, the dude who protects the quarterback, and the guy who actually is the quarterback. So you've got Nick Bosa, who I do think that reports of his step down have been premature. I think that he's still been very good. Maybe he's not been somebody who has earned the top money in the league. Well, he's not that guy anymore, but
the numbers haven't been great the last 2 years.
Sure, the numbers.
I think if you dive into the responsibility that has been pinned to him,
right,
it has been a ton considering who else is on that D-line.
And if you look at the actual numbers, you can pick whatever number you want, and numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers, as we know, and his pressure rate, his win rate, they've all been very close to the top of the edge rusher list. And Trent Williams, yes, he is older, but when he played last year, he was really good. And so you hope that all of the off-field stuff will be kept at bay, and hopefully the injuries are minimized and he's able to play even 14 of the 17. If he can play 14 games, I'd be happy with that. And your quarterback, if you look at any of the metrics you want, even last year where he had a step down, yes, he had a step down because he was top 5 in the MVP race the year before.
Hard to be better than that.
Very hard to be better than that, especially when you don't have Ayuk and you don't have McCaffrey, and Trent missed a bunch. And so, yes, they have to replace a lot of guys. And I think it's more of a rebuild or a retool than it is a rebuild. And this is why I said on our show thread earlier, the text thread, that for me, the two guys who have the biggest burden this year are Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley. Gus Bradley's a former head coach, a former defensive coordinator who's now on the staff, and Robert Saleh goes into the defensive meetings, and there are a majority of the guys younger than you, and you're 29. You got a room full of pups. You got a couple of OGs. You got Fred. You got Bosa. You've got Huff. Other than that, you've got first year, second year, third year defense. And so for Gus Bradley and Robert Saleh, for me, it's a big year for them to be able to take these youngsters and teach them how to play football.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Niners, I think even if the defense isn't amazing, if they're not great, and say some of the youngsters take some time to become, starting caliber in the NFL, I don't think the Niners will be bad if that happens. But if they are legitimately able to compete for a Super Bowl this year, Dibs, it's going to come down to, one, you got to be healthy. Of course, that's the obvious. But those youngsters on the defense and Saleh and Bradley are going to have a hell of a year, because the Niners offense has every, I think, possibility to be pretty darn good again and maybe even be the better of the two units. But that's one side of the football, and you need both to be working in unison to really win a Super Bowl. And I guess maybe the disconnect between, say, what Louis Riddick thinks or what you and I think, and we're going to hear from Mad Dog, who was on that panel on First Take, and he refuted everything that Louis Riddick said. Shout out Mad Dog, Niner supporter out there on the East Coast. And I know that Evan and Steiny were throwing this around earlier today as well, and Evan said they're closer to a rebuild than they are to contention. Maybe this all just depends on how we define those two words. What is a rebuild? What is a contention? Is contention just making the playoffs? Is it winning one game? Is it getting to, the conference championship game, being one of the final 4 teams left? Like, what defines contention? I think the 49ers are squarely in the mix to contend this year. Now, they're going to need some things to go their way, but much like I view the Giants, if they were to miss the playoffs, the Niners, Dibs, it's a bad season. They messed up, whether it was injury or whether it was draft picks not panning out. They have everything in front of them to make the playoffs this year, and the reason why it's not a rebuild is because you still have the core of your team around. George Kittle was an All-Pro last year. Fred Warner is an All-Pro every single year. Last year was playing on a broken ankle, and he still played every single game. Trent Williams, despite his advanced age, is still one of, if not the best left tackle in the game of football. Nick Bosa is amazing as a pass rusher. Christian McCaffrey was an MVP finalist 2 years ago and is coming off, yes, a down year, but also a very restful year. And Brock Purdy just got paid money. If you think you're closer to a rebuild than to contending, this offseason in which you pay your quarterback major money, you got another thing coming because you just signed up for years of a rebuild if that's how you think right now.
Exactly, and that's where I look at it from the inside, not the outside. And you just mentioned the names, and of those names, you've got 4 who are likely heading to the Hall of Fame. I would say McCaffrey has an 80 to 85% chance of being a Hall of Famer.
Trent for sure.
Trent's at 99.9. It would take an off-field calamity of some sort for him to not make it. I would put George Kittle at about 85% to 90% Hall of Fame. If you look at his numbers and his impact, Fred Warner, I would put at about 80% as a Hall of Fame potential.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa is probably at about 60% right now, but he's trending toward
definitely on the outside looking
there.
in at that group of 4. There's a big margin in
He's
my
got
opinion.
62 and a half sacks, and if he gets to 100 is kind of the mark where you're going to get in. So can he get 37 more sacks over the next,
You hope so.
6 or 7 years,
You
right? If he stays healthy. So I do think if you look at Nick and Trent and George and Fred and Christian, 5 of your starting 22 are Hall of Fame-ish, and then you've got a quarterback making $53 million. So 6 of your 22, which is almost a third of your starting O and your starting D, they're either Hall of Famers or making massive money, and you're going to tell me that you're in a rebuild? I just don't see it that way.
No, me neither. And neither does Mad Dog, who responded to Louis Riddick saying the Niners are in a rebuild with this on First Take on ESPN.
Well, I did this last week, Lewis and Kimberly, so I'll do it again. Okay, number 1, Purdy is a good quarterback.
Oh, you
like him too.
I love Brock Purdy.
And number 2, he's a great coach in Shanahan. And number 3, he's a good GM. This is a winning organization. They have a winning culture. That goes a long way. Number 2, you know what their over-under number is in Vegas? Vegas doesn't get it wrong. 10.5.
You know he's a degenerate gambler, right?
10.5.
Of course, that would be one of the bullet points.
10.5.
You should see what he
So
does
what
on
is that going
Saturday.
to get you?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now.
Ooh.
They play the AFC South and the NFC North.
Mm-hmm.
And the 3 other teams. Take a look at it there, Lewis.
The
Look at
NFC South,
Come on,
the NFC South, they may go 0 for in the NFC North.
They might be
What are you talking about?
They might be 4-0 before the season starts. Seahawks, Saints, Cardinals, Jaguars. They play the Browns, the Giants, and the third team they play in that, and the Bears.
Okay, so
the other
let's
three
see,
teams.
let's see.
They don't
Okay.
play the Chiefs. They don't play Buffalo. They don't play anybody in the AFC West.
Hold on for a second.
They don't play the Eagles. They don't play the
You guys have
Cowboys.
about 30 seconds.
Okay.
They
hold on,
play
time out.
nobody.
They play nobody. Got that into the buzzer, Mad Dog on First Take on ESPN. I mean, I appreciate how and why Mad Dog feels that way, Dibs. But honestly, I listen to that and I get a little bit frustrated because if you're your reason why the Niners are not in a rebuild is because the schedule is soft, that's almost like a backhanded compliment. The only reason you think the Niners are in a place to be competitive is because they don't play anybody on their schedule. The Niners still are a quality football team, just looking at their talent.
They are, but they don't play Kansas City. They don't play Green Bay and Buffalo back-to-back like they did last year. And you had to play those teams back-to-back, and you had 5 games, and the teams are coming off a bye. You don't have the schedule this year. You don't have the same schedule this year. And I think about the teams who are actually rebuilding, and maybe the rebuild is already underway.
Yes.
And I look at Chicago, new coach, and the QB is a question mark. Jacksonville, the quarterback is maybe regressing to not being very good, and they have a new coach.
In a weird spot.
The Raiders, I'm sorry, but you don't have your future quarterback, and Pete Carroll might be in a cash grab mode. New England, Drake May, okay, he might be good.
They're hoping for the very beginning of an uptick this year. That's what they're hoping
But
for.
At the very least, they are rebuilding.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think New England's thinking this year, Super Bowl or bust. New England's thinking, can we be 7-10 or better? Can we make that next step toward maybe next year being good? New Orleans, new coach, no quarterback. The Jets, Aaron Glenn, I love, and a good friend of mine's on the staff, but your quarterback dislocated his toe today, and I don't even know if he's any good.
He got carted off for a dislocated toe.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
A little awkward. Carolina, you have a second-year coach, and your quarterback, I don't think, is the answer.
Kind of similar to New England. You hope you're on the beginning of the uptick.
Tennessee, second-year coach, and I don't think that you have a quarterback.
First, they drafted Cam Ward. That we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. He's played 0 snaps in the NFL, so I don't know how much further I would want to go. You can look at Indy and Shane Steichen. Year 3 coming up, and they don't have a quarterback.
Well, they're looking at a failed rebuild is what they're looking at.
Exactly.
They've been in a rebuild, and it's gone nowhere.
In Miami, unfortunately, with Mike McDaniel in year 4, he might be the first coach out the door if they don't start well.
They might be entering a rebuild soon.
The Giants with Brian Daboll, I don't know who who they think their quarterback is. It's Russell Wilson right now.
They announced him as the starter.
Right. So I don't think that they're a team that's going to really scare you. So that right there is a clean 8-10. I didn't even get to Cleveland with Stefanski and whoever the hell they're going to play at quarterback. And so when you go through the league and you look at actual either rebuilds or hot messes, the Niners are not among that group of 10.
They're nowhere near it. Not even close.
Right.
Now, are they one of the 3 favorites to win the Super Bowl? No. No, but things can change pretty quickly. And the other thing that really frustrates me is you heard Louis Riddick say the Niners are rebuilding. Then you heard Mad Dog's response, and one of the first things that Mad Dog pointed out was, big fan of Brock Purdy. And then you could hear Louis Riddick in the background say, I love Brock Purdy. If you love Brock Purdy, how the hell do you think they're in a rebuild? Like, those two things, you cannot share both of those opinions. Again, I point you back to the Bills last offseason, Dibs. They traded away Stephon Diggs, kind of similar to the Niners trading Deebo Samuel. They let Gabe Davis walk, who, by the way, is still out there on the free agent market and has expressed an interest in playing for the Niners. Interestingly enough, if the Niners need another wide receiver, Gabe Davis is out there for you. They got off some high-money veterans and offensive line players and the defenders as well. No one in their right mind would call that a rebuild. It was a monetary reset, and it was setting the stage for the next few years of your era of not dominance, but of being a competitive team. And that's what the Niners are in the middle of doing right now. This is not a rebuild by any stretch of the imagination. This is, all right, we're going to save ourselves a little bit of money. We're going to reset our pocketbook, and we're going to hope that we hit on these draft picks. And if we do, we will not skip a beat. That's the plan. It's not a rebuild. It is a reset and draft well, and you will not skip a beat.
And it's a retool of the defense. And that really is what I think Shanahan and company set out to do. I'm looking at their 4 years in which they made the playoffs in the 8 years of Shanahan. And in 2019, they were number 8 in points allowed, number 2 in yards allowed. That's a great defense. And then 2 years later, number 9 in points allowed, number 3 in yards allowed. You went 10-7. You lost to the Rams in the conference final. The next year, you were number 1 in points allowed, number 1 in yards allowed. Brock Purdy's arm fell off, and you lost the conference championship. The next year, you were number 3 in points allowed, number 8 in yards. Last year, you were number 29 in points allowed. Number 29 defensively. So for me, I look at it from the outside looking in at Shanahan, and you see the draft this year, their first 5 picks were all on the defensive side.
Yep.
And you brought back Robert Saleh, and you brought in Gus Bradley, a guy who's been a head coach and a coordinator, and you realize that if your defense is good, it allows you to run the ball, and if you run the ball, you win as a 4-enter team.
Yeah, I mean,
it's that simple.
That's always been the key for the Niners.
Yep.
We've mentioned this number throughout the week. The over-under win total for the Niners, Dibs, 10.5.
Yep.
Can you name, first, can you guess the number of teams that have a higher over-under win total than the Niners?
I think the number is 5, and there are other teams that they're tied with, but I'm going to guess 5.
I've seen 4.
Oh, boy.
I've seen 4. You probably will be able to guess them if you want, or I can just tell them to you.
I know Buffalo is, I think, the top of the list.
Yep.
And
they all have 11.5 over.
Yeah, it's Buffalo and I believe Baltimore.
Correct.
And Kansas City and Philadelphia.
Correct. Yep, that's 4 for 4.
Okay.
Good job.
And there's no other that is ahead of them?
From what I looked at.
Okay.
And this is courtesy of BetMGM, is what I saw. The guys are away from the board, so you don't get your dings, but you deserve dings for going 4 for 4.
Yeah, Lucas.
There's only one other that has a 10.5 win total, and that's Detroit.
Oh.
There you go. So you have Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia, 11.5 wins. Niners and Lions, 10.5 wins. Now, Vegas, those numbers are not necessarily, an accurate representation of how good a football team is. They're more so gauging the market and what the people think. But if you are one of the teams with the sixth highest over-under win total, that generally means, Dibs, you're a pretty good team, and you have a shot to really compete for a championship this year.
Do you have the list in front of you of all the teams?
Not all of them.
Okay, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I would imagine if you looked at it, you would find teams at the bottom, such as Carolina would be at the bottom.
New Orleans probably at the very bottom.
Right. These are teams where if you don't have a stable head coach, if you don't have a quarterback that you love, and you don't have either an edge rusher or a good left tackle, you're in real trouble. And the 49ers, they check a lot of those boxes. Now, it's going to be a young, inexperienced defense, and that's going to be something where Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley have to, figure out who the guys are who can play defense and how you can go ahead and employ them.
Speaking of the young defense, the biggest name in that young defense of the youngsters themselves, Mykel Williams, first-round pick for the 49ers. Trent Williams spoke today. You're going to want to hear what Trent had to say about Mykel Williams. This might get you pumped up for Niner football and for that young defense. We'll get to that when we come back. Plus, Dibs, the lowest win total number for the NFL this year, the Browns, 4.5 wins.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. The Saints, Giants, Jets, Titans, all 5.5. That is the
Browns, Saints, Giants, all on the schedule.
There you go.
As are the Titans, I believe, right?
Are the Titans on the schedule?
I thought you played both of the Souths. You played the AFC South and the NFC South, but...
You're right. You do play the AFC South.
Right. So of all those teams at the bottom of the rung, you get them. Mm-hmm.
Congrats to the 49ers and that NFL schedule. Big reason why their over-under is 10.5.
Yeah, we'll see you in January, Niners.
All right, time for a break. When we come back, Trent Williams on Mykel Williams. You're not going to want to miss that. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard has been down in Santa Clara the last couple of days, catching up with Kyle Shanahan, taking in the beginning of Niners training camp. He'll join us again in about 15 minutes on the River Islands guest line, so don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss that conversation. I'll ask him to quickly sum up his convo with Kyle Shanahan, but it was like 35, 40 minutes long, so if you haven't listened, I do suggest giving it a listen. Just search for the TK Show on the free Odyssey app, and you'll be able to find it there. Talking a lot about large-term strategy by Shanahan and the Niners, talking about how this is not a rebuild, this is just a different window. That other window, it passed them by, but this is the chance for a new window, and a big part of that new window, Dibs, as you just laid out last segment, is this young defense. If they are as good as Shanahan seems to think they're going to be, then this team is going to be loads better than they were just last year.
Yeah, and you can re-enter a new window, and I guess the previous window was 21, 22, 23, where conference finals, the Rams got you. Conference finals, your quarterback's arm fell off. Super Bowl, overtime, we don't know the rules, we lose. And that was the 3 years. And then last year was, for whatever reason, I won't make excuses or give reasons. We know what happened. You went 6-11. So now you come back this year, and you have 11 draft picks, and your first 5 are all defense. And you say, all right, Debo, off you go to Washington. And I don't know if you saw his comments today, but
what'd he say?
There's been a lot of chatter around Debo, like, oh, God, he's looked slow in camp. And so he addressed those accusations about him being slow, and he basically was laughing it off like, y'all don't know what's going to happen when I get out there on the field with the Commanders. And so I think Debo is going to be one to watch. He's going to play with a chip on his shoulder, but as a Niner offense, you have no Ayuk for who knows how long. Pearsall still unable to go. Maybe Sunday he makes his return. Cowing early on now with a little bit of a small injury as well. So offensively, you may actually need the defense to pick you up as opposed to what you've had. And I was mentioning the defensive ranks. Over the last 4 years in yards, they were 4th, 2nd, 5th, and 7th on offense. The last 4 years.
Pretty consistent.
Yeah, the offense has been, top 4th in yards, and in points a little bit different. And part of that is, the kicker who can't kick, and, your red zone last year was kind of a joke.
Oh my God.
And I love when I bring things up, and it reminds you of what you went through, and, you roll your eyes, and you make noises, and it kind of cracks me up. But last year was a lot of those things where your kicker missed big kicks, and in the red zone, you couldn't run the ball, and so you wound up struggling as a red zone offense.
Yeah, and one thing about the Commanders, as we go back to Debo just really quickly, that wide receiver room was really interesting now because they have Debo, and Terry McLaurin is one of the high-level holdouts across the NFL. Terry McLaurin, who last year was their wide receiver number 1 and has been for quite some time, holding out, has not been to camp so far, so that puts a little bit more of a spotlight and maybe pressure and responsibility on Debo's shoulders. We'll see how that all plays out. But what's going to be really important is the Niners' young defense. And maybe the head of that snake in terms of the young defenders for the Niners is the Niners' first-round pick back in April. And who better to get an idea of who Mykel Williams is, Dibs, than a guy who is going to be blocking him for the next month. And that is All-Pro, future Hall of Fame left tackle Trent Williams. Here is Trent, who addressed the media today down in Santa Clara for the first time this training camp. His first impressions of Niner first-round pick Mykel Williams.
Mykel's a huge dude, man. Generally don't see guys that size on the edge. So, it sucks having a base block guys with arms, long as your legs. But, I think he has a chance to be a really good player in this NFL. I think he has a chance to be dominant. He has the best coach in the league pushing him. Get to learn from some of the best guys to learn from, obviously Nick. So I'm happy to see how he turned out. I think he got all the tools to be All-Pro.
Now, Trent's not going to, disparage a rookie in his first training camp, but he didn't have to be that complimentary of him either, Dibs. That seemed like that seemed like the best things that Trent could possibly say about a rookie edge rusher.
Yeah, and he's like, it sucks. Like, I got to go up against this guy all month, and then, into August, I'm too old for this. Like, come on, Kyle, come on, John Lynch. Can you bring in somebody a little bit more handleable for me as a vet? And, Trent's in camp fully for the first time in like 10 years, and so he's actually out there doing things. But Mykel Williams becomes a big piece of what this defense might be, because we always know, Grandy, that if you have a great pass rush, if your secondary is mediocre, well, then it becomes better because they don't have to cover for 3 and 4 seconds. If they only have to cover for 2 seconds, now you can do things a little bit differently. And also, if your front is disruptive, then the opposing offense is going to be in 2nd and long and 3rd and medium, and you're going to have a fresher defense, and you're going to put your offense in a better spot too.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why the pass rush is so valuable. And I think the Bryce Huff acquisition, they got him from the Eagles. That's kind of flying under the radar. Bryce Huff is very likely not going to start. He's more of a pass rush specialist. He'll probably play when the Niners are in nickel, when they have 5 DBs on the field, when they're expecting pass, and you have Bryce Huff in there. And likely what would happen in those situations, Dibs, it's too early to know exactly how it's going to work, but the way I see it playing out is when they do have Bryce Huff in for those passing downs, you're likely going to see Mykel Williams move to the inside. And what Trent Williams is talking about there is you rarely see a dude that big on the outside. He has the ability to go in the middle of your defensive line as well, so you get a little bit of versatility from him. And I mean, if the Niners hit on this guy, and not that he has to be Nick Bosa level immediately, like Nick Bosa was amazing as a rookie. You don't need him to be at that level, but if he's just a consistent threat on the outside and holds his own on the inside when he is there, you have Nick Bosa on the other side. Obviously, you're going to need some contributions from the other guys that you play in the middle of that defensive line. But if Mykel Williams is half as good as Trent Williams says he's already looking, then this defense will transform before our eyes, because you get 2+ pass rushers every single snap, maybe even 3 once you get Bryce Huff in there on 3rd downs. It's going to be difficult for offensive lines to handle that.
And you have more depth. If Mykel Williams is good and Alfred Collins comes in and he can play in the 3 technique, and he can be a guy at least on 1st and 2nd down who can be a run stuffer, and you bring in Huff on 3rd down, you move Mykel Williams to the inside, you've got Givens, you've got Evan Anderson, you've got Okawanu. Don't forget about Yetur Gross-Matos, who last year I thought he had a very good year in the role that he was playing. And if you think about when this defense was at its best, you had 7 and 8 different defensive linemen, edges, interior, a guy like Eric Armstead who could go inside and outside as needed. And so,
kind of like Mykel.
Right, and that's where this defense, if you do have depth and you also have versatility, now you don't have to worry about Nick Bosa. We're going to need 14 sacks from Nick Bosa, or else we can't get home. And, if you're able to bring in Huff on passing downs, and if it's, 2nd and 12, and then 3rd and 9, now you've got a chance where they're going to throw it, and you can move Mykel inside, and you can have Huff and Bosa coming around the outside, and now your pass rush becomes, much more of a multitudinal approach where it's not just, you can go ahead and double Nick Bosa because that nobody else is going to get home.
Yeah. One more from Trent on Mykel Williams. Here is Trent when asked about who Mykel reminds him of, and you're going to want to hear this one.
Size-wise, he kind of puts you in the mind of a young DeForest Buckner, but obviously he's a little more slight in the frame, can play the edge, can play outside, inside. So in a sense, he does, but, I think he has his own makeup that kind of makes him different as well. So, like I said, he's an intriguing prospect. Just watching him the first few days, he looks promising, so just can't wait to see where he end up.
I mean, my eyes immediately open wide when I hear Trent Williams say Mykel Williams initially reminds him of DeForest Buckner. Maybe the biggest mistake of the Shanahan-Lynch era was trading him away and hoping that you hit on Javon Kinlaw, which failed miserably. If you get somebody that's anywhere near what DeForest Buckner was, then you pair him with Nick Bosa for years to come. That defense is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, And I wonder about that as the mistake. For me, the mistake was the Javon Kinlaw piece. It was not the Eric Armstead versus DeForest Buckner part of it, because you did get a pick back, and had they hit on the pick, we wouldn't look at it as the same level of mistake. So you kept Armstead, who was good. Eric Armstead was a good player.
Yeah, not as good as DeForest.
No, but close. Close enough to where you got a first-round pick also, and had you not blown that pick, the Niners would have won the deal.
Yeah, it's all part of it, though. The decision to bet on your draft pick as opposed to, it's all.
But for me, the draft pick is the mistake, not the Armstead versus Buckner.
Yeah, but the draft pick doesn't happen if you don't give up Buckner. So it's related.
It is, but if the draft pick is somebody who actually can play and help you, then you win the deal.
Yeah, I understood the logic. It just ultimately didn't work out for him.
Yep.
Yeah, is the way it played out. All right, time for a break. When we come back, Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, also the TK Show podcast dropped this week, his conversation before training camp with Kyle Shanahan. We will pick his brain about that and a whole lot more. Tim Kawakami joining us next. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you, and TK will join us on the River Islands guest line when we return right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on a Willard and Dibs. And we've got a special guest joining us now here on the River Islands guest line. It is Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. You listen to his podcast, The TK Show. It's on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And one of his most recent episodes with head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, that dropped just a couple of days ago. We've been playing bits and pieces of it here on the show throughout the week. If you haven't heard the whole thing, I do recommend going and giving it a listen. Tim, thanks for coming on. Again, Grandy and Dibs with you. Appreciate the time. How's it been down in Santa Clara to kick off training camp?
Yeah, not too bad. I wasn't down there today. I was there yesterday, of course, and the day before that to the Shanahan-Lynch presser, and then talked to Kyle afterwards. The weather's been fine, a little mild, actually not too hot. And, there's some energy there. There's a lot of young players. That's what strikes you, the first thing. There's just a lot of young bodies out there, a few less familiar faces, but then some of the familiar faces are out there too. But more than anything, you see Michael Williams, you see Nick Martin, you see, CJ West, you see all these guys. It's different. There's a different energy to it when you see younger players out there. Obviously, they have to prove themselves, though.
Yeah, they do. And I mentioned your conversation with Kyle Shanahan. It's available again on the TK Show. I'm curious what you thought was the most intriguing thing that Kyle told you. If you could just point to a single thing that you heard from him, what would that be?
I guess for the big picture, we know what happened in the offseason. We know all the players that they lost or discarded. And for the first time, Shanahan, and I've been critical of it, and I'll still be critical of some of it, but he really put it together for me. Like, this is what they were looking at. And I've not heard them say this like this. They're basically starting another 3-year cycle like they started in 2018. 2017, he and Lynch take over, and they just got to redo everything. And they didn't really think of their era starting until 18 when they started accumulating some players they really could use, build foundational players. And that launched this run from then till, let's go to the 2023 season when they get the Super Bowl again. And then it kind of busts up again in 2024 last year for various reasons. They kind of do a roster payroll cleanse. And this, to them, is year one of a new 3-year cycle. And the players that were no longer on the team, in their minds, their logic would not have helped them in year 2 or year 3 of this cycle. And maybe you don't get the Super Bowl this year, but you get a shot at doing it in year 2, year 3. That really made sense to me. And maybe it was logical if you looked at it, but as it was happening, I didn't feel it quite that logical, that structural. And for Shanahan to get it, put it down that clearly, I think he and Lynch kind of figured it out as go. I don't think this was exactly the plan to start this offseason, at least to do it as dramatically as they did. Deebo Samuel, Talanoa Hufanga, Jalen Moore, Aaron Banks, and we know the names, Jordan Mason, Bing, 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 all these guys, Deebo Samuel, but I think the philosophy of it, I had not really felt football-wise. And to be sitting across from Shanahan, asking him about it, and him spelling it out, that he really felt it coming in the middle of the 2023 season, not last season when it all fell apart. He felt it coming in 2023. They were still going to try to do it again in 2024 because they didn't have to pay Purdy till this year. But he felt it kind of loosening then. And last year kind of was the disruption year, and this is now year one of a new 3-year cycle, or they're hoping more than 3 years. That was really interesting to me.
And when you look at this 3-year cycle, Tim, and you start to take a look at the draft where 5 guys were drafted on defense, and you bring back Robert Saleh and you bring in Gus Bradley, a couple of veteran defensive minds, do you think that is where Kyle Shanahan is looking to start? You've got an offense that already had some drafted players last year. Is it more about the defense this year that needs to be a part of that 3-year cycle?
Yeah, I think so. That's where the restart really is. Defensive line for sure. And we know how much Shanahan and Lynch value the defensive line. One of the reasons they wanted this job was because they had Armstead and Buckner already there. Now you have Bosa as kind of the foundational piece, and you got to figure out who else is around that. And yeah, I do think the refresh, the redo is mostly on defense, and he's very comfortable with Robert Saleh doing it because Saleh did it in 17 and 18 because that was not a great defense, as we know, even with Buckner and Armstead. They had to piece it together. They had to add people who could play that system. Richard Sherman was a big part of it. There were other players who were big parts of it. But, the big redo, where did the team really fall apart last year? It was on the defense. It was a run defense, which is what all defenses pride themselves on, fell apart. They had guys who were not doing the job or they were hurt. And if just logically on offense, they do have Brock Purdy as a holdover. And, you imagine at 25, 26, he's only getting better. You've just paid him a whole lot of money. You still have Trent Williams. You still have George Kittle. You still have, Christian McCaffrey. So they should be okay on offense, at least with the quarterback for sure, and build it out from there. On defense, you got to redo it. But this has got to happen in camp. Like, this is what they're doing, is figuring out what they got on defense and figuring out where to put it. And I agree. This is the you need the talent there. You can't just do it with stray pieces. You got to do it with the right people, and they have picked the right people. I think they're really talented. I mean, again, it's noticeable. Michael Williams and Alfred Collins, 2 6'5" guys on defensive line, are noticeable. You see them, and other people see them. You kind of congregate over there because there's so much size and so much speed. Can they stay healthy? Can they do it in real games? Can they stop the running back on 3rd and 1? We don't know that, but they got a shot at it with these guys, and I think that's what Shanahan feels.
Tim Kawakami with us here on Willard and Dibs. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. You can hear his podcast, The TK Show. It includes a conversation with Kyle Shanahan earlier this week. You mentioned defense, obviously more questions than the offense, but the position group on offense that does have some questions is the wide receiver room. Of course, Ayuk coming back from his rough knee injury. You got a minor hamstring injury still with Ricky Pearsall. Maybe he comes off and he practices in full coming up on Sunday. But the other question is Juwan Jennings, who is looking for a contract, reworked contract, more money, more incentives, whatever it is. But he's been out there and practicing, and it's difficult for me to not think back to how this went down last year with Ayuk, who was a hold-in. How do you think this gets resolved? And is it easier for the Niners to maybe give Juwan what he wants, considering he's at practice and he's actually practicing on the field?
Absolutely. I don't think anybody wanted a replay of the Ayuk thing. It was just so awkward for everybody. I think Shanahan even made a quick reference to it when we were talking about Purdy, saying, some guys don't even want to listen to a number till after camp starts. And that's kind of Ayuk. Like, the frustration on some part of the 49ers with Ayuk was he's making all this noise and he hasn't even given us a number. Like, we don't even know what the number is. That's the 49ers side. I would imagine the Ayuk side might argue differently, but it was just complete at odds with Ayuk all the way through camp, all the way to the eve of the season. And we know he did not start off very well after missing all of camp. Juwan Jennings is not doing it in a different situation. He's not a, first receiver. Probably he is right now, just given the absence they've had, but more of a, complimentary, very solid first down maker, kind of a tough guy receiver, which means he's very valuable. But I think him reporting, him practicing, him making plays, him being there with Purdy makes it a lot easier for the 49ers. Like, there's a way to solve this. We know it's not going to be $20 million a year. That's not likely to happen. But they can guarantee him some money next year. They can make this a 3-year deal. They can jump up his salary. It's not that hard when the vibes are good. And Ayuk got his money last year, right? He got his money. It just happened in a very, very rough way. And I don't think anybody wanted to duplicate that. And I'll just say, if Jennings was holding in right now, I think 49ers might treat this very, very differently than they did with Ayuk. But they knew he wasn't. They like him. He likes them. This is where he should be. You just got to find a number where it works. It could be like, bump him up to $15 million this year from 7.5. Like that. It isn't. They have the money to do it. He's going to be worth it. And maybe you guarantee him some of that money next year. And I just think there's a way to do this. And I think he is going down that path to proving what they already think of him, that they love him and they want him on this team and they'll reward him.
And I was thinking the same thing, Tim. Like, I thought that this almost helped his leverage, the fact that he's being a stand-up guy and he's not going about it with a hold-in or a hold-out, and he's out there trying to lead a group that, let's be fair, I mean, this is a very unproven group. And if you look around the wide receiver room right now with Juwan there, who else do you have that you can even count on who might be healthy and ready to go?
It's Marcus Robinson, but who made some plays in day one, but we know he might be suspended. Likely he's going to be suspended for the start of the season. So then you start knocking down Ricky Pearsall's not practicing yet with a hamstring. Jacob Cowing, had a hamstring pull yesterday, so he'll be out for a while. You really start knocking down the line, it gets to be fourth-round pick Jordan Watkins, who actually looks pretty good out there. We know that Shanahan is tough on rookie receivers. It's hard to tell. Is he going to stay healthy? All the questions we ask everybody, but he might be getting some time out there, guys. He might be their third wideout to start the season. That's pending a Demarcus Robinson suspension, and we don't know where Ricky Pearsall is going to be. But, man, if I had to say who might be their first receiver coming off the bench, who isn't starting, it might be Jordan Watkins. Now, that is a little scary, I'm sure, for the 49ers again, because he's a rookie. You just don't know if he can do it. But that's how thin they are right now. They signed a receiver. They signed another. They're signing receivers, but I think it's mostly just for camp reps. I don't think they're going to be counting on these guys. But who knows? If another receiver or two goes down, it could get to be. It's already pretty desperate. Pending the Demarcus Robinson situation, it could get very, very desperate because you never know who's going to be healthy, who's going to be not. And I'll just say, just the way they're talking, I don't think Brandon Ayuk is going to be suiting up. Let's just say put pads on for quite some time. I would not expect him to practice in training camp. I would not expect him to be in the preseason games. I would not expect him to be available for at least week 1, 2, 3. I think we're talking October maybe for Ayuk, and maybe even a little bit beyond that.
Tim, I'm curious. You were talking about how Shanahan walked you through kind of their plan for this offseason and what it means for this year and the opening of a new 3-year window. I think from the outside, there's a lot of opinions that this is a team that is now rebuilding, and maybe this is somewhat of it, not necessarily a lost year, but a year potentially before a year. What would you say to someone who thinks that this is a rebuilding team right now? The way that I feel, it's pretty difficult to rebuild when you have that big of a contract. You just hand it over to a starting quarterback. What would you say to someone who says this is a rebuilding team right now?
Yeah, in some ways, it's clearly not a total rebuild. As you mentioned, Purdy, Kittle, Trent Williams, McCaffrey, they're Bosa. They've got players who are not rebuilding players, right? They are not. They are middle of their careers, big money, top of the payroll guys. I would say that they retooled, and given this easy schedule, now I don't know if the schedule was part of their factoring. I would have gone the other way, saying we got this easy schedule. We can go 15-2 if we keep everybody. That's a pathway to the Super Bowl. They did not do that. And by the way, the Super Bowl is at Levi Stadium. I would have thought that might have had something to do. They didn't do it. Okay, I've expressed my opinion on that. But they've got such an easy schedule that even getting rid of all these solid players and possibly risking some very thin position groups, when you're counting on young players who may or may not be good or may not stay healthy, they still might win 11 games, guys. This is a really easy schedule. It's the easiest schedule I've ever seen the 49ers have. You're playing the NFC South, not exactly filled with powerful teams, and the AFC South, not exactly filled with powerful teams. This is set up for them to win 10 games, I think. It would be really crazy for them not to win 10 games unless Purdy gets hurt or Bosa gets hurt. Obviously, those are pending those things. If you can say that, win 10, 11, get a wild card spot, maybe even threaten for the division, they're going to say, we're not rebuilding. We just kind of reset this. Now, I think we'll know in our own minds they are rebuilding parts of this team. But if they hit on their defensive draft picks, if Purdy is solid, if McCaffrey stays healthy, they should be all right. And it won't be like this complete desolation of talent. They still have talent. They looked terrible last year, but that's when a lot of people got hurt. I think they're good enough to be able to say, hey, it was a reset, and then when our young players are a little older, in a year or two, it will look like 2019 looked like. I don't know that that's going to happen. I'm saying I can understand that that's their argument. Now let's see if they're right.
Yeah, the opponents had a winning percentage of .415 last year, Tim, which is, dramatically poorer than what it was the year before when their opponents had a winning percentage of about 500, but they went on to win almost 60% of their games and all the rest disadvantage they had. So I'm kind of with you. They could maybe even sleepwalk their way into 10 wins. I want to get your thoughts on the Jonathan Kaminga. I don't even know if it's a saga. I don't even know what it is, Tim. Here we are in late July, and he's yet to really come out and have resolution? And his agent yesterday on social media said our camp, and I love the use of camp, but their camp never turned down $30 million a year. Where are we with the Kaminga conundrum, as Grandy calls it?
Yeah, it continues. The conundrum continues. It's a stuck place right now, is because the Warriors aren't going to pay him $30 million a year because over a 5-year deal. I don't know that it was ever offered. I know it was reported it was offered. I don't think it was, but something in that ballpark. But he doesn't fit that now because they can't for sure know where he fits with the Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry situation. But they want to maintain his value, so they're not. They want to. If someone wants to trade for him, that's fine, but you have to meet what the Warriors want for him. And it's not exactly been blockbuster because, again, they can match any contract offer that he receives. Nobody anymore has the cap space to just sign him outright. This is a tricky situation. It's been proven to be tricky. If Kaminga had an incredible market, I think he would have been traded by now. If the Warriors were absolutely right and he wasn't worth very much, I think he would have come back on a very short-term deal by now at a lower number. It's something in the middle. In the middle, it gets tricky. So I think, they're just going to have to play it out and play it. I don't know when there's an end to this, but as I said, I think going into it, and maybe going into it, I thought that he was going to be traded. I thought there would be a hotter market for him. There just wasn't. So now that there isn't much of a market that we can tell, maybe it'll heat up again. He's a very talented player. But the way it looks like, I've been saying for like a month now, I would guess he's coming back on a short-term deal and then maybe look to be traded. Because I think he wants to be on another team. I think he does. And I think the Warriors have different opinions on this if you ask different members, but I think the consensus probably is if he would be better off to be traded if they could get something back for him. That just isn't the situation right now. So you might have to wait into January or February before you can do the ideal situation. That's just the clunkiness of what this is. And maybe if he comes back on a multi-year deal that isn't breaking the bank, he plays great for the Warriors. And maybe that changes the dynamic. That is entirely possible. I think they are certainly open to that. I think Kaminga is partially open to that, but also I think he suspects that it will not turn out great for him with the Warriors. He's seen it over 4 years where he goes in the lineup and out, in the lineup and out. And I have agreed with Steve Kerr at the end. Like if he doesn't fit with Jimmy Butler, exactly, and it isn't quite fitting with Steph Curry, then what are you going to do? What are you just going to force him out there? I would not say that that's the right move. That's not even the right mentality. So it feels like there's a long, extended, drawn-out conundrum, all these words that should end up with him maybe signing a shorter-term deal with the Warriors that allows him to be traded in January and February, and they go find a deal at that point. It'll be easier to do at that point is what I'll say. This has just been tricky because the restricted free agency, there's no contracted deal. They got to figure out the contract. Then you got to figure out a trade. And I think, most of us predicted this would get complicated. It's been complicated, and that's why it's been delayed.
No doubt. Tim Kawakami with us here on Willard and Dibs. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard and the TK Show. Tim, before you get out of here, let's touch on the other team here in the Bay, the San Francisco Giants. We're now almost exactly a week away from the trade deadline, 3 o'clock Pacific next Thursday. Obviously, the Giants have already made the biggest trade in baseball this year in Rafi Devers over a month ago. What do you think comes at the trade deadline for the Giants the rest of the week? Do you feel like they make another move, another big move, a smaller move, or do you think Buster just says, this is the group of guys you're going to have to make it work?
Yeah, I think likely to make a move, but I don't think they got enough to make a big move. I mean, I don't know what else they'd have to trade unless somebody is in love with one of their prospects, and we know they're not loaded there, and I don't think they're going to trade Bryce Aldridge. So, I could see them getting a back-end starter. Obviously, Hayden Birdsong, you don't know what you're going to get from him the rest of the season. You've been put a lot of load on Lana Roop. You know how much you can count on him. The younger pitchers might be fraying a little bit. Well, Roop's pitched well recently. I could see them saying, listen, we got maybe give up our fifth best prospect for somebody's expiring contract who can fit in as a fourth starter. How much more can they get out of Verlander? I mean, even expect out of Verlander after what he's done this season. I think something like that. I wouldn't expect them to just say, we're done, we're happy. I think they'd like to make some tinkering things. If it's somebody that they've been interested in, they can figure it's not going to cost them a ton and can give them, 8 good starts, 8 solid starts the rest of the way, 10 solid starts the rest of the way. even think about maybe a guy who can pitch a game in a playoff series. I think that's what they would be looking for. Now, those guys aren't just coming for nothing. So I look around, and they don't have a lot to trade. That is the point. I mean, they gave up their biggest piece in order to get Devers, and Devers has got to be, better than he's been. Again, small sample size, I'm sure. He's a very good hitter. The numbers will come. But the best I think they can get, barring some team falling in love with some player that I can't picture right now, I think it's probably to get another starter. Now, then they probably could do better at second base, but I don't know that there's anybody out there who's going to be definitely better than Casey Schmidt. So they might be about what they are, and I would think the starting pitching would be where Buster Posey is most interested if he can find. And I don't think it's going to be any top-of-line guy, right? I just don't think that. But somebody that they think they can plug in and give them 6 decent innings for the next few months to make sure that they're not just really spinning badly at one of their starting rotations. Because they have an open spot right now, right? Birdsong's in the minors. They have an open spot right now. I think they would be interested in trying to fill that.
Interesting. Good stuff, Tim. We appreciate your time as always, and we'll keep our eye on the SF Standard and the TK Show. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right. There's Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard with us here on Willard and Dibs. Always great, Dibs, talking to TK because you can just bounce around and talk about any team here in the Bay.
Touch them all, and I think that he's spot on everything, and the whole idea about the Giants. I don't think that they have any asset on the farm that they want to part with. If it's Wisenhunt and Eldridge, and you don't want to part with either one of them, then what do you really have to bring in anything of a marquee level? He mentioned a possible expiring deal as a back-end starter. That could be something that pops off late. I still think that, Buster's already made his quote-unquote big move. The Kaminga conundrum, as you have called it, is, it goes on. And I do wonder about, I think it's August 12th would be the deadline where if you don't have a deal in place by then, I don't believe you could then trade him at the deadline because I thought you had to have a 6-month buffer.
So I looked into this, and I think for the Kaminga situation, I'll find the exact language. For the Kaminga situation, it's only a 3-month.
Okay.
So they could sign him at any point before the season and still would be able to trade him at the deadline.
Good. Yeah. All right. That at least, takes a little bit of the pressure off as far as the urgency.
But for those of us wanting a solution soon, might not be good news for that.
Well, it's already, we're almost through July. And we talked about June 30th when they could potentially make this happen. And then, the report from Sham Sharania today about him seeing Kaminga at a workout. And we can get into this on the other side because it's one of my pet peeves and we can talk a little bit about it. But it doesn't feel like Kaminga is having any real urgency around it. He's just working out and trying to get better.
For Kaminga, the trade restriction when he re-signs is 3 months or January 15th, whichever comes later. So,
okay.
Yes. January 15th or 3 months after he signs, whichever is the later date.
So as long as it would be then before, I guess, November 12th.
Which that would be in season.
So that would be to the point where, he would be 3 months after that would be past the deadline. Right. So, as long as it happens here before the beginning of October, we should be
They're safe.
All set.
Able to trade him before the deadline.
What are we doing? It's the end of July.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy with you. Reacting to TK. There's also more sound that you're going to want to hear from Niners camp, and we do have to give you the updates, if we can really call them that, about Jonathan Kaminga and this whole situation. We'll do all of that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. you missed it, download the free Odyssey app, subscribe to Willard and Dibs. You'll be able to find it there in podcast form. You can also use our rewind feature and go back and listen to the interview that way. While you're there on the free Odyssey app, you can also check out what both the Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo had to say about the start of Niners training camp. Practice number 2 today. We've been talking a lot, Dibs, and this was a lot of what TK was talking about as well. The importance of steps forward for the defensive side of the ball and steps forward for some of the youngsters, but also just the rookies starting at a relatively high level, because that was the side of the ball that did the Niners in last year. Even if you just get that side of the ball back to average and the offense stays a top 5 offense in terms of yards per play like they have been year after year after year under Kyle Shanahan, you have an elite offense and an average defense, that's a playoff team, bottom line.
Especially with the schedule, and I'm glad that Tim said it, because I've been saying it for so long that it feels like it's something that I'm leaning on too much. But
he said Tim, easiest schedule ever, right?
That he's ever seen, and he's not wrong. And just looking at the actual numbers as I ran through them, their winning percentage of their opponents was .415 last year. And as we know, it doesn't mean that will be the same this year. Last year, their schedule had a previous year record of .505, and it wound up being .578.
That's a gigantic jump.
It's a huge jump. And it's funny you say that, because I went through and ran the last 5 Super Bowl champs and what their record of their opponents was going in and what the record eventually was coming out.
So like the Super Bowl, the eventual Super Bowl champs going into that year.
So last year, Philadelphia, their opponents had a previous year winning percentage of .491.
Okay.
So the teams that Philadelphia was going to face the previous year, they had a winning percentage of .491. At the end of the year last year, those teams had a winning percentage of .430.
Wow.
So they were, 6 points worse than what they were the previous year.
A somewhat difficult schedule became pretty darn easy.
Cakewalk, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, a schedule of a .491, so the teams the previous year were 5 games below 500 collectively.
Yeah.
And then you look at who they faced, and it was New Orleans 5-12, Cleveland and the Giants both 3-14, and they got the Giants twice.
Of course, yeah.
Dallas 7-10, they got them twice. Carolina was 5-12, and so you go through their schedule, a 4-13 Jacksonville team, and you're seeing a little bit of a pattern here where they were taking on the NFC South and the AFC South. And so when you start to go through the Niners schedule this year, of all the teams they're going to face, how many of them are you looking at and thinking, well, they're going to be a lot better than last year? Like Chicago is a team that everybody's thinking.
That's the one that comes to mind for me.
Right. So Chicago, they're going to be a lot better than what they were last year. Okay. In Arizona, Seattle, and the Rams are all going to be tough games, and they're all going to be good. I think the Rams are really good. Seattle is good-ish, and I mean, Arizona, you just never know, depending on that quarterback. But you always have trouble with Arizona, at least one of the times. But like the Giants and Carolina and New Orleans. And all like the Giants, all these other opponents you have, I don't think that you would look at them and think, man, they actually will be better than what their record was last year.
New Orleans might be one of the worst football teams ever. Like, they're going to be so bad, and the Niners have them early in the year, which, I mean, they're going to be even worse early in the year than they will be late in the year.
Yeah, one of the worst teams that I can remember is the 49ers. Chip Kelly, they went 2-14, and I'm looking at it here. They had a minus 171 point differential. It's a team that gave up a clean 480 over 16 games, which is, that's 30-something a game.
My God.
And they were 32nd in points allowed, 32nd in yards allowed, and 31st in yards gained. So you had an almost worst in the league offense, you had the worst defense, and you had a roster that was an absolute abomination. So, yeah, that's a rebuild. When you're 2-14, and apologies to Colin Kaepernick, who was the quarterback, and he had to, author that mess, but the coaching staff was a mess. The offense, the defense, it was all bad. So this year, coming off a 6-11, you're not that by any stretch, not even close to that.
I'm making fun of New Orleans. Maybe the only team that can challenge them in terms of how bad they are this year might be the Cleveland Browns. I personally, I'll lock this in. New Orleans and Cleveland, Dibs, in some order, they'll be picking 1 and 2 in next year's NFL draft.
Kukush?
New Orleans and Cleveland. Lock it up.
There it is.
In some order, 1 and 2 in next year's NFL draft.
And you have them both on your schedule.
They're both on the Niners' schedule.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that gives you an idea of just how bad the schedule is. And as I mentioned, the winning percentage of their opponents last year was .415. And, you go through some of the teams that actually go on to win the Super Bowl. 2022, Kansas City, the teams they eventually played had a winning percentage of .429. And that was, they went 14-3, but they played all these teams with losing records.
Yeah.
So teams that were bad went on to be bad. They went on to be worse than what the previous record would indicate. So, a lot of it depends on which team bounces back. But looking across the Niners' schedule, I don't look at a lot of candidates of, that team was way better last year than their record. They're going to be good this year. You don't have a lot of those teams on there.
No. Let me ask you this, and I think I might have threw this out towards Evan yesterday, because just like you, I was a little frustrated with some of the things that Evan was saying. If you do have any level of, confidence in the Niners, that they'll at least be better than last year, and that this is not a rebuild, and they're at least going to be competitive and fighting for a playoff spot. Is your confidence in that, whatever it is, but is your confidence in that more because of the schedule or because of who you think the Niners actually are? Because if you think it's just the schedule, and this is, quote, was what Tim Kawakami said, and I know you feel very similarly, Dibs, this is the easiest schedule I've ever seen. Is your confidence coming from that and that alone, or is it who the Niners are? Because for me, obviously, the schedule helps, but I do have a belief that the Niners are, one of the 5 best teams in the NFC. I believe that with all my heart.
I believe that they are one of the, let's just say, 16 best teams in football to start there.
Top half is what you're saying.
So, and as we know now, you get 7 in each conference that go to the playoffs. So the bar to actually make the playoffs is not as high as it used to be. And I did a full deep dive on every Super Bowl matchup ever. I wanted to see what percentage of number 1 seeds actually make it to the Super Bowl. And as I was going back in time, you get back into like the 70s, the early 70s, the mid 70s, when there were only 4 playoff teams. And there was 4 from each conference after the merger. And now we get 7 from each conference. So you get 14 of the 32 who actually go to the playoffs. So can the Niners be one of the 7 best in the NFC? That's where you start for me as far as, is it a rebuild? Are they a threat? And when you look at the NFC, I think it's very easy to think that if 7 teams make it, they are among the, 9 teams that have a chance. And we can go through and tick off the no chance teams. And you get to New York for me is a no chancer.
Yeah, let me bring them up here.
Carolina's a no chancer. New Orleans is a no chancer.
So, sorry, Giants, Carolina, New Orleans.
That's a clean 3.
Yep.
Right there to start. So now you're down to 13 teams for 7 spots. And, I probably would put Dallas in there too. Not as a no-chancer, but are you better than Dallas? Yes.
Yeah, then you start getting to the groups of teams where you're like, well, maybe, but probably not. And in there is Dallas.
Yep.
In there is Atlanta.
Chicago,
Arizona.
Right.
Maybe Seattle.
Okay.
And that's like kind of the middle group. And then you have, as you laid out, the teams that actually feel like they have they would feel like missing the playoffs is a failure. Right. The next group, and which includes the Niners.
Exactly. And if you want to look at the teams that you would expect to make it, you would go with Philadelphia,
Detroit.
In Green Bay, I think you could say.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, Green Bay, Detroit, and then for me, you get to that next group, which would be the Rams and the Niners. The Vikings are a little bit of a head-scratcher because we don't know about the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm staying away from the Vikings.
I would put Tampa, though, in that next group just because they're in a division where they should win that division, and I'd put Washington in that group as well. So if there's 3 teams that you would look at and say, oh, yeah, you should, like you're a should, and then you get into the next 5 that are could or probably would, that's where the Niners are.
I might even include Green Bay in that one. I think there's a clear two, Philly and Detroit, although Detroit might not be nearly as good as they were last year. They lost their entire coaching staff other than their head coach.
A lot of brain drain.
We'll see how that plays out. Now, they're still incredibly talented, and you expect them to still be good, and they should probably win the NFC North still. They should make the playoffs, no doubt, but it's Philly and it's Detroit, and then I think you have a lot of teams, and the Niners are in that group of, probably. They should. If they don't, then they'll be upset. And then you've got the reaches, and then you got the no chances.
Exactly. And barring, obviously, injuries and calamities is what you always have to couch this with. But that's why I look at, what Evan was saying, where, you're closer to a rebuild than you are to actually going on a run. And I think you shared with our group earlier that Steiny was on the fence, and that kind of cracked me up.
I was listening, and it took him like 7 minutes to come to any sort of conclusion.
That's my guy.
He was just like, I think it's 50-50.
I see both sides. And that's great. He's a very measured and responsible man when it comes to his opinion. But I look at this Niner team and put aside the schedule. And to answer your question, is it the Niner team or is it the schedule?
Yeah,
which one of those, right?
888-957-9570. You're picking the team?
For me, it's more the team. And it's not like, 100% the team. I don't care who they play. And it's not 100% the schedule, which is a joke. Tim Kawakami called it the easiest schedule he's ever seen. I would put it about 2/3, 1/3, because I do believe in the roster. I believe in the quarterback. I believe in the running back, the left tackle. I think that your tight end is also still really, really good. And the way Shanahan schemes up his offense, I think fits what the roster looks like for the most part. And then on defense, a little bit more of a question mark, but the fact that Saleh is back, I do believe is going to help that defense a ton to be better than last year, which was a flat bad defense.
It was. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The schedule does not hurt by any stretch of the imagination, and of course it helps. And I was looking at this earlier. Each of the last handful of times, I have to go back and confirm exactly the number of times. I think each of the last 3 times, Dibs, the Niners had a last place schedule on their hands. They went at least to the NFC Championship game. So oftentimes, the easy schedule has set them up for success, and then the team that got to the postseason, maybe partially on back of an easy schedule, they actually turned out to be a really, really good football team. The last time it happened was when they lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game. That was actually more of a tough year because they barely made the playoffs. They had to win each of their last 2 games to make the playoffs, and they did it by coming back from double-digit deficit versus the Rams the final week of the year just to make the playoffs. But that was a last-place schedule. And they kind of had this, Dibs, where they're kind of on for a couple of years, and they have deep runs, then they just have an injury-plagued year, and they suck, and they get a last-place schedule, and then they repeat that. And that's kind of been their process. So they do have these really rough years, followed by easy schedules interspersed throughout their run under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. So there's no doubt that it helps. But I'm just belief in the team and who the team is, and something that Mad Dog said, and we heard it earlier, what he said on First Take today. If you believe in Brock, if you believe in Kyle, and if you believe in John Lynch, which I do to varying levels, I suppose, and not that any of them are perfect, but those are the backbones of a quality franchise and a quality team, and I think the Niners have all 3 of those checked off.
They do, and that's most important when you get into a season where you do happen to have a schedule that maybe not as rugged as previous years. And health, of course, trumps everything, but I do think that one factor that we overlook a lot is the continuity of it. And now you've got Shanahan in year 9 and Lynch in year 9, and you've got a quarterback who's been here for a while, and you've got a system that's been in place. And so when you get into camp like this week, you're not starting at square one anymore because you've got a number of players who've been in this system with the terminology and with the playbook. And yeah, you always have to bring in and get the new guys up to speed, but it's not as hard when your play caller and your quarterback have already been here for a long time. You've got extra voices to help coach the other people.
Yeah, and you get Saleh back, which I know he hasn't been the DC for you for the last handful of years, but that in and of itself is also some continuity because Shanahan has his guy back, and it's something that we didn't have the time to ask Tim Kawakami about this, but one thing that Shanahan told Tim Kawakami on the TK show earlier this week, and I found this really interesting, was having Robert Saleh back and what that means to him. And Tim essentially asked, this time around, considering that he was your DC, left to become a head coach, now comes back as your DC, are you able to give him more responsibility and trust him with more? And Shanahan essentially said, well, all of my assistant coaches, no matter who they are, they kind of have, full responsibility and autonomy over their jobs. Now, what he said was, I'm going to keep an eye on them and make sure they're doing their jobs well. And if they're struggling or they're not doing things correctly, then I will take time out of my job and I will go over and I'll be like, hey, you got to do X, Y, and Z. Like, you're not doing this right. We got to prepare better for this, whatever. And when he's explaining this, Dibs, the only thing running through my head is that's what the last year had been. And maybe the last 2 years, even with Steve Wilkes. He's had to take time and responsibility and brain power away from whatever he wants to do with his time to help out his assistant coaches and make sure they're doing their best job. And I think the difference that Robert Saleh makes is not that there's a lack of trust that Shanahan had with others, but you just have more of a belief that Robert Saleh will handle his business as good as he possibly can, and that's one less thing for Shanahan to worry about. And as a result, maybe he's able to fill his responsibilities as the head coach of the team a little bit better.
Yeah, and he had Nick Sorensen last year, who had never been a coordinator, and it was clear that the defense had taken a step back, and so, yeah, he had to utilize some of his time and his resources to worry about that. The special teams were a flat-out kind of a joke, a little bit of a laughingstock, where you had a kicker who couldn't make kicks, and you had a long snapper who was getting into shouting matches with your wide receiver. You couldn't cover kickoffs and punts, and that unit was basically a hot mess. And so now you bring in not only Robert Saleh, but Gus Bradley as well, a guy who is a veteran in the league, and you feel like, okay, I don't even need to really worry about that room because Robert and Gus, they've got it on lock, and you've got position coaches who've been there as well. And so you feel like even though it's a young defense, a lot of new players, a lot of drafted rookies who you're going to rely on in some way, you've got good coaches over there, so Shanahan can just lock in on trying to get the offense good.
I want to play this for you. I just explained it. I probably didn't do it justice. Kyle Shanahan on the TK show earlier this week. Kawakami asked Shanahan if Saleh can take on more responsibility this time around. Here's how Shanahan answered that question.
I give everyone full responsibility of their role. I'm going to hold them accountable and be a pain in the ass, but I give everyone full responsibility. And then I watch, and if it's not working, I change it. But if you micromanage that stuff, like, you're going to make someone else worse. I always wanted to do for head coaches what I hope they're doing for me. I want a head coach not to worry about me. When I have a head coach, like when I had Mike Pedden or Dan Quinn, and they're coming in and asking me a ton of questions, watching my meetings all the time, it makes me feel like I'm not doing my job because they shouldn't have to worry about it. They should know that I'm doing the offense as good as it's possible, and they should trust that, and that's what I believe with anyone I hire. And if I don't, I'm going to be on you a lot till we get it there. And once I can trust how you are, how you think, how the film looks, how you talk to the players, thank you. Now I can be better for the Niners in other areas because you're the best man for that area. But it's always my responsibility to make sure everyone's doing it.
I can't help but hear that, Dibs, and think he's talking about what happened last year and how that might have hurt him because he said at the end, thank you, you're doing your job, now I can do what is best for the Niners elsewhere. And that might not have been the case last year, but maybe it is going to be this year with Saleh back.
And maybe the year before too, right?
Yeah.
Where I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this. And he comes out in the press conference after the Minnesota game, and he's, after the zero blitz at the end of the half. And
can't do that. He knows that.
He knows you can't do that. It's like, you came out and you said that in a press conference. Clearly, you didn't feel like you had to monitor what was going on in the room, and then that happened, and he's looking at it through his laminated play sheet, and he's like, what the absolute blank was that? He knows you can't do that, and then he probably spoke too openly to the media, but that clearly wasn't the first time that he was frustrated with what was going on. But now you get Robert Saleh back, and Saleh's got it. He's got the room, and Kyle's right. You don't ever want to have that feeling that your boss is micromanaging you. And, our boss, Matt Nahigian, will come in occasionally during the break, and it's usually just to chop it up or offer his perspective on something. It's not a case where
he can micromanage sometimes.
He can, but usually not during the show. Like, he'll micromanage you outside of the show because he understands that if he does that during the show, now I'm going to be second guessing what I'm doing and going to be looking in the other room to see if he's in there. And so, he'll go into you guys and he might
all the time.
And he might say to you guys, "Hey, get these guys back on track," and then you guys will have to get us back on track. But to his credit, he won't come in here and do that same thing, and that's kind of what Kyle Shanahan's talking about.
Yeah, just while we're on in this area, one more Shanahan talking about having Saleh back, and he goes on to talk about the last two defensive coordinators and how maybe it wasn't quite fair, the situation that he threw them into. Here's Shanahan on having Saleh back.
He's a lot easier to deal with because all the things that I wrote him with, now he's come back and be like, I get it. I had to deal with some stuff as a head coach, and so that's fun to bond with him on those things. But I don't have much to say negative about the other guys, so that isn't hard for me. Like, when you lose a coordinator after an NFC championship or after a Super Bowl, it is hard to replace because all the options aren't out there. And when you have a really good defense, when that does happen, when you have really good position coaches and the continuity is there, you really want to replace from within. And we didn't have that our first year with Wilkes. I had to go outside. And I brought Wilkes in, who's a hell of a coach. He's going to do a hell of a job in the Jets. It wasn't the right fit with where our defense was, personnel-wise, just because that wasn't his scheme. It was too much for him to learn it from the other position coaches. I thought he could learn more of it by studying all of D'Amico's stuff, by studying Saleh's stuff. I record everything in here. My whole story was when my dad got hired here, he lived in that Marriott for 2 months, and all he did was watch film on Mike Holmgren and Bill Walsh.
Meetings, right? You're going
all the installs, so you can learn it and then go through it. And it was an unfair position to put him in. We got to the Super Bowl, almost won it, but I didn't think it was right going forward. But that was nothing against him. I thought Nick was ready. He had been here long enough. He wasn't the year before. He had seen all this. And then Nick got his first opportunity, and he was thrown into a situation that I think was a little unfair for him too. The expectations were so high, as they should have been, but we really weren't that defense.
Interesting from Shanahan. I mean, it kind of feels like each of his last two DC hires before Saleh, bringing him back, was just kind of like, well, we don't have any other choice, so let's try this. Hopefully it works. Yeah. And in both cases, it didn't really work.
Well, he thought that Steve could come in and learn it. And, he told the story about his dad, like locking himself in a hotel room for 2 months to learn about the predecessor before him. And, Steve came in and didn't really apply what he brought with him to this scheme. And then, Nick got thrown into it. And part of that was the defense wasn't as good. The personnel on the field last year wasn't as good. Mooney Ward missed games. You didn't have Greenlaw, and you had real trouble on the defensive line as well. Fred Warner played hurt, and Nick Sorensen was never able to get his footing.
Yeah, and as a result, he's now, I think, the special teams coordinator for the Cowboys.
That's correct.
No longer with the 49ers. Speaking of Robert Saleh, he did speak after practice today down in Santa Clara. A couple things that you're going to want to hear that he had to say. We'll get that to you next. Also, a little bit later on, we do have to tell you the latest in the Jonathan Kaminga situation. His agent has took to Twitter, or X, whatever you call it now. His agent tweeted yesterday. Plus, we have some fresh reporting, if you want to call it that, from Shams Charania and Anthony Slater. We'll let you know what those two had to say about this Kaminga situation and a whole lot more. All of that is coming up. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs, talking Niners as they wrapped up day 2 of their training camp, second practice of training camp earlier today. Spending a lot of time on the defense. Dibs, just to get the idea of how much you value Robert Saleh, if you could have Robert Saleh and this defense, so the current situation for the Niners, or say, go back to Steve Wilkes in the defense of 2 years ago, or say it was Nick Sorensen in the defense of a couple of years ago. How big of an impact do you think the coordinator is, or is this just a good coordinator can take a good group of players and make them great, but you still got to have a good group of players in the first place? How much of an impact do you think Robert Saleh can have?
I think he can have a big impact because you have a young defense. And, you look at DeMeco Ryans a couple of years ago when you were the number 1 defense in points allowed, the number 1 defense in yards allowed, and that defense was more of a veteran group in 2022. That was before DeMeco got the gig and went on to be the Houston Texans head coach. I think that this group, when you've got so many players who are going to be either third year, second year, or first year defensive players, I think then the coordinator, and it's not only the coordination sensation of a defense, so to speak, it's also the coaching. And this is where, camp becomes so important for this defense and for Robert Saleh and the rest of the coaching staff, where you've got young players who are still learning how to be NFL defensive players.
Speaking of that and how important it is this stage of the year to get acquainted with everybody and get used to everybody and see what everybody's capable of, Robert Saleh spoke today, and he said there's going to be a gelling period. There will be a stretch of time where we just have to figure each other out. Here's Saleh.
Anytime you have that much turnover and that much change, there's going to be a process of gelling and getting to know one another, and again, just understanding the system and how you play together at a high level. But whether they're veterans or young, the expectation is that you get better throughout the course of the year, regardless. Whether you're a 10-year vet or a young rookie taking his first snap, you go to bed better than when you woke up every day of life. And so the expectation, regardless of how old we are, is to get better.
It's just good hearing his voice again, isn't it, James?
Yeah.
I can already picture him screaming on the sideline, veins popping out of his neck and forehead when the Niners get a big third down stop and they get off the field. I can't wait to see that. But this brings me back to something that Kyle Shanahan was asked about, not on the TK show, but at the podium down in Santa Clara. And he was essentially asked, will you play young players, your rookies and second-year players, almost kind of no matter what? And I think the idea is kind of what Robert Saleh was talking about. Now, he said veterans and young players, but you would imagine the players that have the most room for growth are the youngsters that are relatively new to the NFL and are learning every single day out there. If you were to play, Mykel Williams and Nick Martin and Upton Stout and Alfred Collins and all those rookies they drafted on defense, if you were to play all those dudes from week 1 on, Dibs, they're going to be loads better, say, in week 12 than they were when week 1 began. And it's partly why I think a lot of us fall into the easy schedule trap. This is an easy schedule and it helps the 49ers out. But just because you had an easy schedule and racked up 11 or 12 wins does not mean that you're some pushover team. You also can improve as the weeks and as the season moves along. And that's what it feels like Saleh is talking about. There will be a period early where we're not as good, but that if we stick with it, then by the time the end of the season comes around, we're going to be an entirely different team.
And if you get into the playoffs, if you happen to go 11-6 and you're a playoff team, whether or not you're a wild card or division winner or whatever, and you played all those guys, Mykel Williams played, 700 snaps. If he's able to play in most of the games and he's a rotational piece, and all the rest of the guys, D. Winters, who will be making his real first impact as a defensive player. He's played a lot of special teams and he's been a backup, but if you're going to start him and you look around the rest of Upton Stout,
potential nickelback.
If he's your nickelback and then he plays 65% of the snaps and he plays a lot of football, and they're growing pains and you're going to have mistakes and penalties and you get burned, you get beat, whatever it is, but you get to the end of the year and you're a playoff team, well, you're going to be better for it. And I'm just looking at the 2022 Niners defense.
Okay.
Talanoa Hufanga played 96% of the snaps, and he still was a mostly young player. And Diamado Lenore played 82% of the snaps. And that team was also surrounded by Greenlaw and Bosa and Warner and Amenahu and Ebukam, guys who were more veteran. Jimmy Ward, Kerry Hyder, Eric Armstead, Aziz Al-Shair. These are guys who had been around the league more. Now, this defense doesn't have that luxury. If you think about who the veterans are, Nick Bosa now a veteran. He'll be in, year 6, I think, or 6 or 7?
Rookie in 2019, so 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This is his 7th year.
7th year already?
Yeah.
Wow. And Fred Warner is...
8th year.
Exactly. And so, you've got Huff, and you mentioned he's more of a situational guy, but he is...
New to the system.
Right, but he's a veteran. He's a guy who's played football.
Also not new to Robert Saleh, I guess. New to the team, but maybe not new to the system.
And for me, it's more about new to the NFL.
Yeah.
And if you look around... all the guys they just drafted, they're brand new, and the second-year guys are mostly new, guys who didn't play a ton. Renardo Green, I think, has some chops because he played
he
a
was
bunch.
Great.
And, Diamado Lenore now quietly is a bit of a veteran, but you don't have the same level of 7, 8, 9-year defensive players, so you're going to lean on Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and some of the other OGs.
Yeah, and this is what, let's see... where'd this come from? The 480. Oh, and this is from one of our favorites, Lori in Phoenix, who chimes in, Dibs, on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And this is exactly what we're talking about. I think the combination of young players and an easier schedule is advantageous. It gives the young guys a path to get their feet wet and get better by the end of the season. There's no doubt about it. And the 707, very similar, that just came in a couple of seconds ago. Again, on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Breaking in young players on defense is not impossible. Look at Philly last year. Philly, you want to be amazed, and you want to know why Philly won the Super Bowl last year, and while they are destined to be really good for years to come, look at their last 3 drafts. And a lot of it is on the defensive side of the football, and how great they have drafted. It's a very, very long shot to say right now that the Niners draft in April is good. We simply do not know. We will find out relatively soon. The first handful of weeks of the year is not going to make or break a single draft class, but we will get some returns coming up here pretty soon. But the easiest way, Dibs, to go from a competitive team to the best team in the NFL, it's just hit on 3 picks in a single draft, and they all start, and they're all on cheap rookie deals, and then suddenly it becomes 100 times easier to build a roster together. So the 707 is exactly right in pointing out the Philadelphia Eagles, because that's exactly what they did last year, and it's why they were able to recover from a really rough back stretch of 2023 when the Niners kind of ended their season, if you remember, in the Link in Philly.
Yep.
They ended up not even winning a playoff game after they were the number 1 seed through December in the NFC, and then they didn't quite get it done. And the reason why they were able to bounce back and win the Super Bowl partially is because they hit on their draft picks and their rookies learned on the job to the point where Cooper DeJean, a rookie defensive back, had a pick 6 in the Super Bowl. Not that is necessarily in the cards for the Niners, but if things go well, then that could be the kind of progression that you're looking at.
Absolutely. And you look at, last year where you had all those rookies come in and make an impact, and it didn't lead to winning, but you found that you had 5 or 6 or even 7 players who are NFL guys caliber who could contribute. And so this year, you're leaning on that even more so on the defensive side of the ball, where you're expecting your linebacker Nick Martin to come in and not be a starter, but be a guy. Maybe when you go to a base defense and you have 3 linebackers, if he's out there and you can play him and rely on him, maybe he eventually starts over D Winners, whatever it is. You look at all of the defensive draft capital you used, you need those guys to come in this year and play and at least contribute. You don't have to all be stars. And just looking at the 2022 team and the defensive snap counts, you had a lot of different guys play 50, 60, 70% of the snaps. And I do think that you are looking at it the same way this year with so many young players. Absolutely.
And also on the text line of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line is on fire right now. The 925, this is a great point, and I 100% agree. the Rams and Eagles show why drafting well is key. The Eagles, we already touched on that. The Rams absolutely as well. We talked about this yesterday, Dibs, when Shanahan was talking about how you never want to fully go all in and sell the farm. He said, if you could guarantee a Super Bowl, then maybe, but the reality is you can't guarantee it. The Rams, though, they did that. They went all in. They put all of their chips into the middle. You screamed out as I was talking, F them picks, right? They did that. And I think their owner or GM or whoever it was like wearing a shirt that said F them picks when they celebrated their Super Bowl with their parade. That was what they did. So how have the Rams, Dibs, been able to recover from going all in and not having a lot of draft picks? They had one good draft. One good draft, and it was last year. And suddenly, the reality for the Rams is, oh my God, we're right back to being able to compete. Now, they had Puka the year prior, but that was not a first-round pick. That was later on.
5th round,
obviously, that is kind of like a George Kittle kind of pick where you just, a diamond in the rough, and that obviously helps. But specifically on their defense, they made 2 picks early in that draft, Braden Fisk and Jared Verse, both out of Florida State. It was Jared Verse was the 19th overall pick, Dibs, and he was the defensive rookie of the year.
Yep.
Mykel Williams, the 11th overall pick, if he wins the defensive rookie of the year, Dibs, it's a very big ask. But that is what happened with the Rams, and suddenly they went from a spot of, oh my God, we're dead in the water. We've had no draft picks for years. How are we going to compete? They got Jared Verse and Braden Fisk, and now they're like, oh my God, our defense is set for the next 7 years.
Yeah, and they also got Blake Corum, the running back, who went to Michigan, and he actually had a really solid year, some special teams as well. And I'm just looking at their draft, and of the 10 players they drafted, 8 of them played in 15 or more games. So
last year's draft.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Jared Verse, their first-round pick, was their first-round pick since Jared Goff.
Wow.
They, in 2023, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, and 17, did not have a first-round pick.
They said F them picks, and it got them a Super Bowl.
They literally did F them picks.
And literally, they're still in a spot where you go into this season, and the Niners and Rams are like neck and neck. If you look at the odds makers think they have like an even shot to win the division.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you look at what they did in later rounds, and they had Cupper Coop, can't stop Cupper Coop, 3rd rounder in 2017. Joseph Noteboom, the tackle, 3rd rounder in 18. And you got Cam Akers, the running back, Van Jefferson, a wide receiver, 2nd rounders, and on it goes. Tutu Atwell, who killed the Niners last year. 2nd round pick, Tutu Atwell. But your point is well made. Kyron Williams, a 5th rounder out of Notre Dame. I
think he's holding out right now.
A running back. But, I mean, they got some contributions from him before that. So, yeah, the Ram modality is not the norm. And so for the 49ers, they're trying to do the same thing this year, which is you drafted almost all defense. And, yeah, you said it, Jared Verse and Braden Fisk, back-to-back defensive linemen, first 2 picks. The Niners used 5 picks in a row this year on defense, and they're hoping to do what the Rams did.
Yeah, I mean, that is the goal. That's the equation. It's all right. I mean, the Niners coming from a relatively similar spot as the Rams. The Rams had the Super Bowl. The Niners didn't. The Niners traded away 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance, and once the Trey Lance pick happened, they did not have first-round picks for a bit. They got them back, and now they're trying to pull off a Rams draft, an Eagles draft, what have you, and you hit on a couple of players, and suddenly your odds just turn around immediately. So obviously, so much of it is going to rest on how Mykel Williams plays and how Alfred Collins plays and Nick Martin and all those guys defensively. And if you don't really know much about them just yet, don't worry. You're not supposed to. You're just going to have to fingers crossed and hope that it works out. And if it does, then the Niners will be really good once again. If it doesn't, then the defense is likely going to struggle just a little bit because they're going to have to rely on those guys so much. Let's go out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Austin is in the city and wants to weigh in. Austin, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy.
Hey, no, man. What's up with you guys, man? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man.
Hey, look, this is what I want to say. Hey, I like where the Niners are at. Just for the fans not knowing coming into the season where we're going to be standing at. it's about time to pass the torch to the rookies. Just like OKC. I mean, it's not basketball, but these youngsters they won the finals. It's about time for us to just I like where we at with the team, with the offense. It's not one person you can key on now. So this is a big season for Brock. He gets to throw the ball around to everyone. And nobody knows who's going to get the ball. Go get the rock this year. Just go out and ball out. I like where we at.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Austin. I mean, he is right that it's a big year for Brock. I mean, he got paid a gigantic amount in the offseason. The attention kind of just shifts to the quarterback. You better be good enough, Brock. We'll see.
Right, and just maybe not as good as he was 2 years ago, but better than last year. And a lot of it, for me, stems from his supporting cast. And if you have your supporting cast healthy and you're able to have a defense that will help you, he's got a better chance to succeed. The Niners, more so than maybe any other team that I can think of, they rely on complementary football, which is the defense complementing the offense and vice versa. The defense able to get off the field and give the Niners the ball, and the Niners offense able to control the time of possession and keep the defense off the field. Long drives, run the ball, win time of possession. That, for me, is more important for the Niners than almost any other team.
Wow. Sorry, Dibs, I was a little distracted because we just got some news from the NFL.
Okay.
This comes from the Raiders. The Raiders are releasing standout defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, the former prize of free agency last year. A year ago, he signed a 5-year, $110 million deal, and the Niners are releasing him. He's been dealing with a serious foot injury and is on the books for $57.5 million fully guaranteed, yet the Raiders releasing him, and now he suddenly gets added to a pool of free agents that, of course, is pretty slim at this point in the year. Who knows what his foot injury is looking like right now. But that's a big piece and a really good player who's been good for a while, mostly on the Dolphins in his career. But interesting what the Raiders just did there. Again, they're releasing Christian Wilkins just 1 year into a 5-year, $110 million deal.
It's just a bad organization is what that is. That, to me, reeks of dysfunctionality, where you've got a player who is making that much money, and whether it's due to injury or ineffectiveness, whatever it is, and you're going to go ahead and eat that much money and just send Christian Watkins out into the great blue yonder, that is a sign for me of a franchise that is kind of broken from the inside. And the Niners might be facing a similar decision with Brandon Ayuk after this year or next year if things don't get better. But in general, the Niners aren't a franchise that makes a lot of those types of decisions.
It does seem like the Raiders, and I guess this isn't official, the Raiders voided the remaining guarantees on Wilkins' contract, but Wilkins has filed a grievance with the NFLPA. Adam Schefter of ESPN is citing how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury as a result of the way in which he went about rehab. The Raiders are attempting to void the rest of the contract, the rest of the guarantees, but Wilkins has filed a grievance with the NFLPA. Regardless, even if the Raiders don't have to pay a single more dollar of the guarantee, this is still a disaster. You signed a guy to a 5-year deal last offseason, and a year later he's gone. And at this stage of the offseason, you don't have a way to go out and try to find a replacement.
No, I mean, there is no replacement out there, right?
No, you got to turn to your young guys. Whoever you were hoping to back him up has got to be your starter now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a post-June 1st release, and the dead cap is almost $18 million this year, $29.7 next year. So it's basically a $47.5 million dead cap eat, and you do save $212,000 this year, which is kind of nice, but the overall dead cap hit is a humongous amount of money. Yeah, according to SpotTrack, $47.7 million in dead cap over the course of the next 2 years, and he's able to go out there and get another job.
Does voiding the deal impact those numbers at all? Because the Raiders are attempting to void the deal. They're trying to say he didn't attack rehab of his foot in a way that upholds whatever language is in the contract, so
Yeah.
the contract is now voided. That would wipe all that off, wouldn't it?
I would bet that if they were able to void it, if they were able to prove, and this would have to head to some sort of arbitration, probably not regular court.
Wilkins filed a grievance to the NFLPA, so it's going to all figure itself out eventually.
Would you? I mean, for $47.7 million?
Oh, of course.
And he was guaranteed $57.5 million at signing. That was the guaranteed at signing. I get that no matter what. And so the Raiders are now going to try to look at him not doing his work to try to get better as a reason to void the deal. Maybe he didn't do any of the work. I don't know what the situation is, but again, I see this from the outside, and I look at an organization that is not going about things in a very successful and professional manner.
Yeah. You brought up the term the dead cap hit, and you're looking at his contract. We got a text that just came in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 510. Can you explain what the dead cap is, like I'm a 10-year-old? The way that I understand it, Dibs, is the dead cap hit for a player is a number that is charged against a team's salary cap for a player that is no longer on the roster.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. So if the salary cap is $250 million and you have a dead cap hit of $47 million over 2 years, well, 28 of that will be charged to you next year. So your $250 million salary cap is really 222 because 28 million of your allocated money that you can spend is being spent on a guy who's not around.
Yeah, and just to further look this up to give you the fully correct answer, a salary cap charge incurred by a team for a player who is no longer on the roster, either due to release or trade, but still has remaining guaranteed money or prorated bonuses associated with their contract. It's not actual cash being paid to the player at that moment, but rather a way to account for money already paid or guaranteed in their contract that is not yet fully counted against the cap. Like Deebo Samuel, no longer on the Niners roster, has a dead cap number for the Niners this year because they signed him to that deal originally.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though he's now in Washington, they still have that as a part of what they have to carry. It's pretty standard for teams to have some dead cap money, but when you sign a guy to a long-term deal and after 1 year you release him and then you have to eat a portion of that contract, it's just not good business.
Yeah, no, it's not. But Christian Wilkins released by the Raiders, and they're trying to get out of that contract entirely. Wilkins, in his career, has been really good, has played a lot of games. Originally a Miami Dolphin, played 5 years there. Last year, first year as a Raider, only played 5 years, had that foot injury, and apparently the Raiders trying to say that he did not, for whatever reason, don't know the specifics, did not rehab his foot in the right way, did not put the effort in, yada, 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 and as a result, they're trying to get that contract voided, but we will see how it plays out. And if he's added into the free agency market, which he will be upon release, I wonder if the Niners have any interest in him, or if they're all right starting potentially a couple of rookies in the middle of their defensive line. We shall see. But yeah, even if Dibs, the Raiders don't owe another penny of that deal, that's rough. That is rough because he was supposed to be a key piece of that Raider defense for years to come, and he's 29 years old, getting on the other side of his prime, but you still viewed him as a piece for you for at least a couple more years.
Yeah, you signed him to $110 million over 4, so at the time, which was before last year, you thought that he was going to be a cornerstone along with Max Crosby on that defense, and it took 1 year and an injury and maybe a rehab that you didn't love the way he was going about attacking it, and now you're willing to release him and eat that money over the course of the next couple of years because you want him gone that badly. And not only that, you want to avoid the deal as well. So clearly there's more to it than just, it didn't work out, we're going to go ahead and waive you.
Yeah.
The Raiders feel some type of way about how he went about getting better.
Absolutely. All right, time for a break. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Talking a lot about the Niners so far, but there are some new things we got to get into relating to Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors. We'll tell you everything you need to know about that. That's what we're getting into when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if we'll ever hear Nick Bosa's monotone voice change, Dibs, but he has said that he's going to be more of a vocal leader for the team this year, so we'll see what that sounds like.
Well, he has to be because, as we've mentioned throughout the show and throughout the week, he's playing with a bunch of pups now, and a lot of guys who will not have the experience that he has defensively in that huddle and on that group. And Fred Warner's got the green dot, so he'll be the vocal leader in the huddle, but Nick Bosa and that defensive line group, he and Huff are going to be the real old men of the group. There are going to be a lot of guys up there next to him, with him on the other side who are brand new to the league or super green. So, yeah, it's time for him to step up and be that vocal leader.
A little scary, but it's also really exciting because you kind of just have a bunch of unknowns, and some of those unknowns could ultimately become... you don't expect anyone to be the next Fred Warner, but there was a point when Fred Warner was just a third-round pick out of BYU, and no one knew who the hell he was. I think he played safety at BYU. Now he's the best linebacker in the NFL and has been for 5 years. So, maybe there's a similar trajectory for one or two of these youngsters on the Niners defense. Only time will tell, but Nick Bosa, of course, is going to be one of the leaders for that. We've been talking a lot about the Niners, and we will get back to the Niners. We had Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, the TK Show. He joined us in the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to let you hear a big chunk of that coming up in just a little bit, right around 5:05 or so. So stay tuned if you want to hear that. That's coming up in just a little bit. But until then, Dibs, I figured we should switch gears just a little bit because there has been developments, if you want to call it that, in the Jonathan Kaminga conundrum, as we've been calling it. I think the best way to go about this and to get you the full context of everything is first read you a report that Anthony Slater wrote all the way back in October of last year, just before the season was beginning. And this, at the time, on The Athletic, Anthony Slater recently moved over to ESPN. Congrats to Slater. But this was Anthony Slater in The Athletic last offseason before the season began. He wrote, quote, "It's possible Kaminga would have accepted a contract below max value, but the Warriors never upped their offer, somewhere near the 30-ish million per year range, into an appealing enough ballpark. So the two sides plan to let Kaminga's fourth season play out before revisiting his future." The key line there, Dibs, is the Warriors never upped their offer, somewhere near the $30-ish million per year range. Okay, that's what Slater wrote. That has kind of been a key talking point as it relates to this Kaminga conversation ever since. And over the last couple of weeks, it's kind of come back to the forefront of the conversation to the point, Dibs, where Jonathan Kaminga's agent, his name is Aaron Turner, felt compelled enough to take to Twitter to dispel these rumors. And not as if he's just tweeted this on his own into the ether. And no, he responded to a random person on Twitter who didn't even at him. He didn't even mention Aaron Turner, Kaminga's agent. It's just a fan Twitter account who essentially asks, should we believe the Warriors were irresponsible enough to offer JK $30 million a year? And Aaron Turner, and you can look this up as of a couple of hours ago. I know it was still up. It's at @ARockTurner20. That's his handle. It is indeed him. He writes, "No one on our side was turning down $30 million a year. Our camp is smarter than that. Narrative makes no sense. Twisted up Slater's words, I think. #fake news."
Okay.
That was from Kaminga's agent yesterday.
And it comes out yesterday as opposed to, I don't know, a month ago or 2 months ago or whenever that false narrative was first put out there. And you just read the Anthony Slater piece from last October.
Yes.
So we're now basically almost 10 months removed from that report, and yet it wasn't refuted then, and it's only being refuted now that he remains unsigned, and he's sitting there with an offer, restricted free agent qualifying offer of $7.9 million that he's not readily eager to sign, it seems. And at the same time, you had Shams Charania, who was out there at Kaminga's workout today.
Yeah, I think in Florida somewhere.
In Miami. I believe Miami is where it happened. And, I don't know if you have the Shams sound.
I do.
And when you play it, I guess I will unearth my pet peeve after that. It's not a huge one, but it's just a little bit annoying.
Okay, Shams on ESPN, NBA Today on ESPN. Here's what he had to say. His big update on the Jonathan Kaminga situation. Here it is.
The Warriors' entire offseason has been essentially on pause for one player, and that's the restricted free agent Jonathan Kaminga. And they have wanted to figure out his situation before making their other offseason moves. And so I saw Jonathan Kaminga this morning at a workout in Miami. He's in good spirits. He had a good workout. He did tell me, though, that he is in absolutely no rush on doing a deal with the Warriors right now, and he's not accepting their current offers. He added that he wants to continue to explore options with his agent, Aaron Turner, whether that's continuing conversations with the Warriors, but also sign and trade options that are available to him in the marketplace.
What's your pet peeve, Dibs?
And it was a good workout.
That's exactly what I thought.
I mean, it's almost as annoying as, he underwent successful surgery. And I know that not every surgery is successful. Shout out Steve Kerr and his botched back surgery, which was not a successful surgery. And I hate to bring that up because it cost him a long, long time of discomfort and headaches and all the rest of it. But, Shams, and it was a good workout. Do we ever hear that a player had a bad workout? I was at Jonathan Kaminga's workout today, and I'll tell you what, he looked lazy, slow, disinterested, couldn't shoot, couldn't dribble. It was a bad workout. It never comes out like that. So, do we even have to, mention that it was a good workout?
It's like draft night analysis. Oh, this is a great pick at number 8, number 203 overall. It's a great pick. He's got a lot of size, speed, length, athleticism. He's going to make an impact.
I like the player, Mark, and I like the pick. And that's where the bit comes from because, every draft, it's like, oh, that's a great pick. It's a steal. That's a steal of the third round. You have no clue. You have no clue until the guy actually goes out there and plays football. And I wonder about the Javon Kinlaw pick when that happened for the Niners. Like, I want to see who among the Niners cognoscenti or all the reporters who were out there, who was the one who was like, dude, bad pick. I don't like the player and I don't like the pick. We don't do that. And so, Kaminga, good workout. But I'm more struck by the timing
it's interesting.
Of the refuting of this narrative. So if in fact you didn't turn down $30 million, that tells me that you were never offered $30 million a year. And I was surprised if that offer actually happened and they turned that down. That to me is a fireable offense for the agent. And so here we are. Kaminga might be forced to play for $7.9 million. So if you're the agent, of course you're going to come out and say that, even if it's true. And I don't know where the truth lies in this story. We've seen a variety of different reports, right?
Yeah.
But if you're the agent, of course you're going to come out and say, we didn't turn down $30 million because now your client might be making $8 million.
Yeah, it's not great. I will say I believe Aaron Turner when he says no one on our side was turning down $30 million a year. That means I'm with you, of course, that it was never offered. So then how do you explain what Anthony Slater reported last October? And Anthony Slater, as reliable of reporter, especially on the Warriors, as there is out there. So I'm not saying Anthony Slater was wrong, just maybe the words in which he used to report this back then might not have been the best words. He said, again, the Warriors never upped their offer, somewhere near the $30-ish million per year range. Him saying offer, I think, has led to a lot of people to run with that as that was a concrete Kaminga and Aaron Turner and his whole camp. Here is our offer. It includes, whether it was 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever it was, $30 million AAV. Here is our offer. It's in an envelope. However they officially present these things, here it is. Here's our offer. Do you want it or no? And the Kaminga and his camp said no. No, that did not happen. At least that's what I believe. Because one, Dibs, I don't know why the Warriors, even last year, before everything that happened this season happened, why they would feel comfortable paying Kaminga $30 million a year. That made no sense to me even last year. And number two, what you said, if that offer is in front of Kaminga and his camp, how are you possibly saying no to that? So I can't believe it from either side. Okay, then how do we come to grips with the fact that Aaron Turner saying there was no $30 million offer and Slater was saying, well, there kind of was? The way that I interpret all of this, Dibs, is pretty simple. I think it's semantics, and I think there wasn't any official offer involved. This was maybe an exploratory conversation. It was something low-key. It was something simple. It was the very early stages of a negotiation, and maybe Kaminga and his camp went to Mike Dunleavy and said, Mike, we're looking for $35 million a year, something like that. Can we work with you there? And Mike goes, ooh, I don't know, JK. I mean, would you even consider $30 million a year? And JK and his camp, trying to run a hard bargain, say no, $35 million a year. And at that point, Dunleavy's like, man, they won't even take 30? I don't even know if I want to give them 30. If they won't take 30, then there's no point in even negotiating. We're done here. We'll talk to you in the offseason. That's how I interpret this whole thing playing.
And I think you're probably right in the idea of an offer. And I've been in contract negotiations before. And until you get that piece of paper in front of you, that's an actual offer. Everything else that happens behind the scenes is a negotiation. And like you're talking about, if it was they want 35 and the thought is you wouldn't even take 30, and if they say no, that does not constitute an offer. That is just a conversation. And
exactly.
You get to that point of, whoa, you won't even take 30? All right, then we have to figure this out, and let's just play this year, and then we'll get to the offseason, and we'll see where we are at that point. And Kaminga gets hurt, and you bring in Jimmy Butler, and he gets DNPs, and now 30 is not even anywhere near the conversation. And so, if you're the agent, I get it. You're going to say, we never turned down an offer of $30 million. That's true, but I wonder what your ask was. And if the report is true that you were asking for 35, and that I do believe, and if the Warriors were, obviously much lower than that, why couldn't you come to some terms?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no doubt that the Kaminga Warriors relationship took a turn for the worse this year, even before the offseason. So I think what the Warriors would be willing to pay Kaminga then is different than now, and maybe Kaminga's willingness to stay with the Warriors is different now than it was then. But even then, a $30 million offer feels absurd to me. And you can, I guess before I get into that, Dibs, I want to remind you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Warriors have made plenty of mistakes to get to this spot. Like, I see so many fans who say Kaminga's holding the Warriors hostage and he needs to get over himself, yada, yada, yada. And while there is some truth to that, the Warriors have a lot of blame themselves in order for them to get to this spot in the first place. They're not perfect in this situation. They're far from it. And they've made their fair share of mistakes even outside of this whole Kaminga conversation. I generally think, though, when it comes to planning and financial strategy and being aware of cap rules and things that are coming down the line years from now, they tend to be pretty good at those things. I think the fact that we're just assuming, a lot of people are assuming that they would have been willing to sign Kaminga to a multi-year deal worth $30 million per year. We know how bad that would look right now. I don't think the Warriors would have been willing to do that, knowing what this offseason was going to look like and knowing what the new CBA is.
Yes, but if you want to go back a full year, I do think it's fair to look at a scenario and say they might have actually done just that, because you sign him for $4 and $120, let's say last offseason, and then this past year goes the way it goes anyway, where he starts to cook. He's got the ha-ha. He's not fitting perfectly, but he's showing you the ability he has. He gets hurt. He misses 31 games. You get Jimmy. He comes back, and he really doesn't fit now. He gets DNPs and the rest of it. Well, you could have gotten to a spot, if none of that happened, you sign him to $4 and $120. He goes out and he cooks, and he's got the ha-ha, but he doesn't really fit, and you get to the deadline, you could trade him. You could trade him for $30 million worth of other player kind of like what you did with Jordan Poole. I know that wasn't a deadline, but
I mean, he could have been the big piece in the Wiggins deal that became Butler.
Right, so you end up keeping Wiggins, and maybe it plays out differently. And if you have Kaminga making whatever he was making last year, about $7 million, he becomes less of a tradable asset as a contract, and he got hurt. So I do think a number of things made it so you can look at the Warriors and say, yeah, they kind of mucked up, but at the same time, certain things kind of broke against them. And the injury for me was first and foremost, because if you could have gone back and signed Kaminga and you realize, man, he's not going to really fit, you could have done what you did with Jordan Poole and traded him and got something for him.
Yeah, you could have. 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami coming up here in just a little bit. But first, time for a call. Devin is in San Francisco and wants to weigh in. Devin, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. What do you got?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to weigh in. I have a Warriors assistant coach that's a friend of mine, and he actually had a conversation with Jonathan Kaminga about turning down this offer and about how much of a generational wealth thing this would be if he just signed this contract and then put in the work, got better, and then signed another contract later on down the road. This was before Jimmy Butler was in the cut. This was before any of those moves were even being made. And what's also funny about this is that Joe Lacob is a huge fan of Kaminga. He's the one that drove for him to get drafted. Steve Kerr, if you remember, when he got hurt, when he came back, he didn't automatically insert him back into the lineup because he had fallen out of favor with the rest of the coaches. So, I just wanted to put in that input and
Yeah, Devin, real quick, Devin, you said you have a friend who's an assistant coach on the Warriors.
Yes, he was an assistant coach last year.
Can you tell us who or no?
I don't know if he wants me to put his business out there, so I'm going to keep that anonymous. But he's a former player, and he was the assistant coach last year as well.
All right, Devin, appreciate the call. I mean, I guess more conflicting reports. I don't know if you believe Devin or not, Dibs, but I mean, I have a hard time believing it. I'll just put it that way.
And it is a lot of just semantics on an offer or conversations or whatever it is. I do believe that if Jonathan Kaminga was willing to accept, less than $30 million, if he was able to last offseason accept, even if it was 4 years and $90 million, let's just put that out there as a ballpark. If the Warriors were thinking, we'll give you $22.5 million average annual per year over 4, would you do that, Kaminga? And if that was going to be the offer, that would be a no from their side. And now here we are a year later, and he's staring down the barrel of either 7.9 qualifying offer or a shorter term deal that may not even be, $22.5 million average annual. Feels like that market has plummeted, and I can't help but think about the Draymond Green comments that he made, and wasn't about Jonathan Kaminga. Believe me, it wasn't about JK. All y'all out there thinking that it was, but it was about people in Jonathan Kaminga's situation.
No doubt.
Among that is Jonathan Kaminga.
Indeed. Our conversation with Tim Kawakami coming up in just a minute, but before we do that, let's wrap up real quick with one more call, and we got more time for your Warrior calls once we wrap with Tim Kawakami. But let's get one more in here right now. Tom in Sonoma is up next. Tom, what's up? What do you got for us?
Hey, Grandy. Hey, Dibs. How you doing, man? Hey, this whole scenario is a nightmare. The worst draft we've ever had. Kaminga is hard-headed. If you would have listened to the coach, it's his last year, man. You got to come out and get your money. He didn't come out and get his money. I believe it. 15, 80.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Your phone broke up on us there. If you want to, give us a call back when you're in a better spot. Maybe we're going to chat with Tim Kawakami here in just a sec, but maybe give us a call in another 20 minutes, and we can get your thoughts there. There was a little bit more on this Kaminga situation, Dibs, that we are going to get to in a little bit. Shams Charania, we heard a bit of what he said. He had more to say. Also, Anthony Slater said something a little bit about Kaminga plus some other stuff. We'll let you hear about that coming up as well, because, I mean, not a whole lot has happened, Dibs, but at least we had a couple of updates. Essentially, the updates are nothing is new, but we did get the updates. It's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, and the update is the agent sent out a tweet yesterday, and the player is in Miami working out today, and Shams Charania was there to see it.
And it was a good workout.
It was a good workout.
Yeah, really good.
I was happy to hear that it was a good workout.
I think it upped his market. Maybe now they're going to get a trade done because some other team saw the workout.
No doubt.
Or they're just taking Shams' words for it.
They could.
Yeah.
But the fact that Shams was there, he was either in the neighborhood and heard the squeak of a sneaker and thought, I'll just duck my head in here. Or the agent was like, hey, Shams, why don't you come on out and see my guy JK, and you could talk about how you saw JK.
I would guess that's how it went.
Of course. And so, you go from the agent refuting a report about them turning down $30 million, and the very next day, Shams is in the building and talking about it being a good workout and how, Jonathan Kaminga is not. He's relaxed. He's relaxed. He's not worried at all about it. He's going to take his time.
Yeah. That
is the agent telling the Warriors, all right, Warriors.
Ball's in your court.
You want Horford? You want Melton? You want other things to get done? And it all has to wait for us? Oh, we're chilling.
Yeah.
We're chilling with Shams in Miami.
So we'll get back to that in just a little bit. But first, our conversation with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. A great conversation with Kyle Shanahan earlier this week on the TK Show. You can find that wherever you get your podcasts, including on the free Odyssey app. But Tim Kawakami joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Tim, how's it been in Santa Clara at 49ers training camp?
Yeah, not too bad. I wasn't down there today. I was there yesterday, of course, and the day before that to the Shanahan Lynch presser, and then talked to Kyle afterwards. The weather's been fine, a little mild, actually not too hot. And, there's some energy there. There's a lot of young players. That's what strikes you, the first thing. There's just a lot of young bodies out there, a few less familiar faces, but then some of the familiar faces are out there too. But more than anything, you see Michael Williams, you see Nick Martin, you see CJ West, you see all these guys. It's different. There's a different energy to it when you see younger players out there. Obviously, they have to prove themselves, though.
Yeah, they do. And I mentioned your conversation with Kyle Shanahan. It's available again on the TK Show. I'm curious what you thought was the most intriguing thing that Kyle told you. If you could just point to a single thing that you heard from him, what would that be?
I guess for the big picture, we know what happened in the offseason. We know all the players that they lost or discarded. And for the first time, Shanahan, and I've been critical of it, and I'll still be critical of some of it, but he really put it together for me. Like, this is what they were looking at. And I've not heard them say this like this. They're basically starting another 3-year cycle like they started in 2018. 2017, he and Lynch take over, and they just got to redo everything. And they didn't really think of their era starting until 18 when they started accumulating some players they really could use, build foundational players. And that launched this run from then till, let's go to the 2023 season when they get the Super Bowl again. And then it kind of busts up again in 2024 last year for various reasons. They kind of do a roster payroll cleanse. And this, to them, is year one of a new 3-year cycle. And the players that were no longer on the team, in their minds, their logic would not have helped them in year 2 or year 3 of this cycle. And maybe you don't get the Super Bowl this year, but you get a shot at doing it in year 2, year 3. That really made sense to me. And maybe it was logical if you looked at it, but as it was happening, I didn't feel it quite that logical, that structural. And for Shanahan to get it, put it down that clearly, I think he and Lynch kind of figured it out as go. I don't think this was exactly the plan to start this offseason, at least to do it as dramatically as they did. Deebo Samuel, Talanoa Hufanga, Jalen Moore, Aaron Banks, and we know the names, Jordan Mason, Bing, all these guys, Deebo Samuel. But I think the philosophy of it, I had not really felt football-wise. And to be sitting across from Shanahan, asking him about it, and him spelling it out, that he really felt it coming in the middle of the 2023 season, not last season when it all fell apart. He felt it coming in 2023. They were still going to try to do it again in 2024 because they didn't have to pay Purdy till this year. But he felt it kind of loosening then. And last year kind of was the disruption year, and this is now year one of a new 3-year cycle, or they're hoping more than 3 years. That was really interesting to me.
And when you look at this 3-year cycle, Tim, and you start to take a look at the draft where 5 guys were drafted on defense, and you bring back Robert Saleh and you bring in Gus Bradley, a couple of veteran defensive minds, do you think that is where Kyle Shanahan is looking to start? You've got an offense that already had some drafted players last year. Is it more about the defense this year that needs to be a part of that 3-year cycle?
Yeah, I think so. That's where the restart really is. Defensive line for sure. And we know how much Shanahan and Lynch value the defensive line. One of the reasons they wanted this job was because they had Armstead and Buckner already there. Now you have Bosa as kind of the foundational piece, and you got to figure out who else is around that. And yeah, I do think the refresh, the redo is mostly on defense, and he's very comfortable with Robert Saleh doing it because Saleh did it in 17 and 18 because that was not a great defense, as we know, even with Buckner and Armstead. They had to piece it together. They had to add people who could play that system. Richard Sherman was a big part of it. There were other players who were big parts of it. But, the big redo, where did the team really fall apart last year? It was on the defense. It was a run defense, which is what all defenses pride themselves on, fell apart. They had guys who were not doing the job or they were hurt. And if just logically on offense, they do have Brock Purdy as a holdover. And, you imagine at 25, 26, he's only getting better. You've just paid him a whole lot of money. You still have Trent Williams. You still have George Kittle. You still have, Christian McCaffrey. So they should be okay on offense, at least with the quarterback for sure, and build it out from there. On defense, you got to redo it. But this has got to happen in camp. Like, this is what they're doing, is figuring out what they got on defense and figuring out where to put it. And I agree. This is the you need the talent there. You can't just do it with stray pieces. You got to do it with the right people, and they have picked the right people. I think they're really talented. I mean, again, it's noticeable. Michael Williams and Alfred Collins, 2 6'5" guys on defensive line, are noticeable. You see them, and other people see them. You kind of congregate over there because there's so much size and so much speed. Can they stay healthy? Can they do it in real games? Can they stop the running back on 3rd and 1? We don't know that, but they got a shot at it with these guys, and I think that's what Shanahan feels.
Tim Kawakami with us here on Willard and Dibs. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. You can hear his podcast, The TK Show. It includes a conversation with Kyle Shanahan earlier this week. You mentioned defense, obviously more questions than the offense, but the position group on offense that does have some questions is the wide receiver room. Of course, Ayuk coming back from his rough knee injury. You got a minor hamstring injury still with Ricky Pearsall. Maybe he comes off and he practices in full coming up on Sunday. But the other question is Juwan Jennings, who is looking for a contract, reworked contract, more money, more incentives, or whatever it is. But he's been out there and practicing, and it's difficult for me to not think back to how this went down last year with Ayuk, who was a hold-in. How do you think this gets resolved? And is it easier for the Niners to maybe give Juwan what he wants, considering he's at practice and he's actually practicing on the field?
Absolutely. I don't think anybody wanted a replay of the Ayuk thing. It was just so awkward for everybody. I think Shanahan even made a quick reference to it when we were talking about Purdy, saying, some guys don't even want to listen to a number till after camp starts, and that's kind of Ayuk. Like, the frustration on some part of the 49ers with Ayuk was he's making all this noise, and he hasn't even given us a number. Like, we don't even know what the number is. That's the 49ers side. I would imagine the Ayuk side might argue differently, but it was just complete at odds with Ayuk all the way through camp, all the way to the eve of the season, and we know he did not start off very well after missing all of camp. Juwan Jennings is not doing it in a different situation. He's not a first receiver. Probably he is right now, just given the absence they've had, but more of a complimentary, very solid first down maker, kind of a tough guy receiver, which means he's very valuable. But I think him reporting, him practicing, him making plays, him being there with Purdy makes it a lot easier for the 49ers. Like, there's a way to solve this. We know it's not going to be $20 million a year. That's not likely to happen. But they can guarantee him some money next year. They can make this a 3-year deal. They can jump up his salary. It's not that hard when the vibes are good. And Ayuk got his money last year, right? He got his money. It just happened in a very, very rough way. And I don't think anybody wanted to duplicate that. And I'll just say, if Jennings was holding in right now, I think 49ers might treat this very, very differently than they did with Ayuk. But they knew he wasn't. They like him. He likes them. This is where he should be. You just got to find a number where it works. it could be like, bump them up to $15 million this year from 7.5. Like that, it isn't. So they have the money to do it. He is going to be worth it, and maybe you guarantee him some of that money next year. And I just think there's a way to do this, and I think he is going down that path to proving what they already think of him, that they love him and they want him on this team, and they'll reward him.
And I was thinking the same thing, Tim. Like, I thought that this almost helped his leverage, the fact that he's being a stand-up guy and he's not going about it with a hold-in or a hold-out, and he's out there trying to lead a group that, let's be fair, I mean, this is a very unproven group. And if you look around the wide receiver room right now with Juwan there, who else do you have that you can even count on who might be healthy and ready to go?
It's Marcus Robinson, but who made some plays in day one, but we know he might be suspended. Likely he's going to be suspended for the start of the season. So then you start knocking down. Ricky Pearsall's not practicing yet with a hamstring. Jacob Cowing, had a hamstring pull yesterday, so he'll be out for a while. You really start knocking down the line. It gets to be fourth-round pick Jordan Watkins, who actually looks pretty good out there. We know that Shanahan is tough on rookie receivers. It's hard to tell. Is he going to stay healthy? All the questions we ask everybody, but he might be getting some time out there, guys. He might be their third wideout to start the season. That's pending a DeMarcus Robinson suspension, and we don't know where Ricky Pearsall is going to be. But, man, if I had to say who might be their first receiver coming off the bench, who isn't starting, it might be Jordan Watkins. Now, that is a little scary, I'm sure, for the 49ers again, because he's a rookie. You just don't know if he can do it. But that's how thin they are right now. They signed a receiver, they signed another, they're signing receivers, but I think it's mostly just for camp reps. I don't think they're going to be counting on these guys, but who knows, if another receiver or two goes down, it could get to be, it's already pretty desperate, pending the DeMarcus Robinson situation. It could get very, very desperate because you never know who's going to be healthy, who's going to be not. And I'll just say, just the way they're talking, I don't think Brandon Ayuk is going to be suiting up, let's just say put pads on for quite some time. I would not expect him to practice in training camp. I would not expect him to be in the preseason games. I would not expect him to be available for at least week 1, 2, 3. I think we're talking October maybe for Ayuk and maybe even a little bit beyond that.
Tim, I'm curious, you were talking about how Shanahan walked you through kind of their plan for this offseason and what it means for this year and the opening of a new 3-year window. I think from the outside, there's a lot of opinions that this is a team that is now rebuilding, and maybe this is somewhat of it, not necessarily a lost year, but a year potentially before a year. What would you say to someone who thinks that this is a rebuilding team right now? The way that I feel, it's pretty difficult to rebuild when you have that big of a contract. You just hand it over to a starting quarterback. What would you say to someone who says this is a rebuilding team right now?
Yeah, in some ways, it's clearly not a total rebuild, as you mentioned. Purdy, Kittle, Trent Williams, McCaffrey, they're Bosa, they've got players who are not rebuilding players, right? They are not. They are middle of their careers, big money, top of the payroll guys. I would say that they retooled, and given this easy schedule. Now, I don't know if the schedule was part of their factoring. I would have gone the other way, saying we got this easy schedule. We can go 15-2. We keep everybody. That's a pathway to the Super Bowl. They did not do that. And by the way, the Super Bowl is at Levi Stadium. I would have thought that might have had something to do. They didn't do it. Okay, I've expressed my opinion on that. But they've got such an easy schedule that even getting rid of all these solid players and possibly risking some very thin position groups, when you're counting on young players who may or may not be good or may not stay healthy, they still might win 11 games, guys. This is a really easy schedule. It's the easiest schedule I've ever seen the 49ers have. You're playing the NFC South, not exactly filled with powerful teams, and the AFC South, not exactly filled with powerful teams. This is set up for them to win 10 games, I think. It would be really crazy for them not to win 10 games unless Purdy gets hurt or Bosa gets hurt. Obviously, those are pending those things. If you can say that, win 10-11, get a wild card spot, maybe even threaten for the division, they're going to say, we're not rebuilding. We just kind of reset this. Now, I think we'll know in our own minds they are rebuilding parts of this team. But if they hit on their defensive draft picks, if Purdy is solid, if McCaffrey stays healthy, they should be all right. And it won't be like this complete desolation of talent. They still have talent. They looked terrible last year, but that's when a lot of people got hurt. I think they're good enough to be able to say, hey, it was a reset, and then when our young players are a little older, in a year or two, it will look like 2019 looked like. I don't know that that's going to happen. I'm saying I can understand that that's their argument. Now let's see if they're right.
Yeah, the opponents had a winning percentage of .415 last year, Tim, which is, dramatically poorer than what it was the year before when their opponents had a winning percentage of about .500, but they went on to win almost 60% of their games and all the rest disadvantage they had. So I'm kind of with you. They could maybe even sleepwalk their way into 10 wins. I want to get your thoughts on the Jonathan Kaminga. I don't even know if it's a saga. I don't even know what it is, Tim. Here we are in late July, and he's yet to really come out and have resolution. And his agent yesterday on social media said, our camp, and I love the use of camp, but their camp never turned down $30 million a year. Where are we with the Kaminga conundrum, as Grandy calls it?
Yeah, it continues. The conundrum continues. It's a stuck place right now, is because the Warriors aren't going to pay him $30 million a year because over a 5-year deal. I don't know that it was ever offered. I know it was reported it was offered. I don't think it was, but something in that ballpark. But he doesn't fit that now because they can't for sure know where he fits with the Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry situation. But they want to maintain his value, so they're not. They want to. If someone wants to trade for him, that's fine. But you have to meet what the Warriors want for him. And it's not exactly been blockbuster because, again, they can match any contract offer that he receives. Nobody anymore has the cap space to just sign him outright. This is a tricky situation. It's been proven to be tricky. If Kaminga had an incredible market, I think he would have been traded by now. If the Warriors were absolutely right and he wasn't worth very much, I think he would have come back on a very short-term deal by now at a lower number. It's something in the middle. In the middle, it gets tricky. So I think, they're just going to have to play it out. I don't know when there's an end to this, but as I said, I think going into it, and maybe going into it, I thought that he was going to be traded. I thought there would be a hotter market for him. There just wasn't. So now that there isn't much of a market that we can tell, maybe it'll heat up again. He's a very talented player. But the way it looks like, I've been saying for like a month now, like I would guess he's coming back on a short-term deal and then maybe look to be traded. Because I think he wants to be on another team. I think he does. And I think the Warriors have different opinions on this if you ask different members, but I think the consensus probably is if he would be better off be traded if they could get something back for him. That just isn't the situation right now. So you might have to wait into January or February before you can do the ideal situation. That's just the clunkiness of what this is. And maybe if he comes back on a multi-year deal that isn't breaking the bank, he plays great for the Warriors, and maybe that changes the dynamic. That is entirely possible. I think they are certainly open to that. I think Kaminga is partially open to that, but also I think he suspects that it will not turn out great for him with the Warriors. He's seen it over 4 years where he goes in the lineup and out, And I have agreed with Steve Kerr at the end. Like if he doesn't fit with Jimmy Butler, exactly, and it isn't quite fitting with Steph Curry, then what are you going to do? What are you just going to force him out there? I would not say that that's the right move. That's not even the right mentality. So it feels like there's a long, extended, drawn-out conundrum, all these words that should end up with him maybe signing a shorter-term deal with the Warriors that allows him to be traded in January and February, and they go find a deal at that point. It'll be easier to do at that point is what I'll say. This has just been tricky because of the restricted free agency. There's no contracted deal. They got to figure out the contract. Then you got to figure out a trade. And I think, most of us predicted this would get complicated. It's been complicated, and that's why it's been delayed.
Interesting. Good stuff, Tim. We appreciate your time as always, and we'll keep our eye on the SF Standard and the TK Show. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
That's Tim Kawakami with us earlier today here on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you a lot on the Niners, and then there at the very tail end, just an update from Tim's perspective on the Jonathan Kaminga situation. And Dibs, he seems to think, and I think this is the logical conclusion to draw, given how drawn out this whole process has been, and who knows how much longer it's going to continue to be drawn out. It seems more and more likely that the result might just be Kaminga extends with the Warriors, maybe with the wink, wink, that he'll try to be traded potentially before the February deadline.
Potentially, and it might be a 3-year deal, 2 years plus a third-year player option. It might be 2 years with the same construct. I don't think it'll be much more than that. If it is a sign and trade, it has to be a minimum of 3 years, and feels like, even though you've seen reports that Sacramento is still buzzing around and Phoenix has been another one that is reportedly still interested in Jonathan Kaminga, ultimately he would have to agree to sign a contract in order to be traded to those teams. I don't think that they can just trade him and have him then sign with the new team. It would have to be a true sign and trade where you give him an actual offer and say, all right, here are the contract terms, and Phoenix is going to be the one to pay you, but it's 3 years and $48 million. It's $16 million a year. And he might look at that and go, no, I don't want to play for $16 million a year and give up his ability to refuse a trade if he plays on the qualifying offer.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of unique circumstances that go into this, and why it's more difficult than a normal trade, why it's more difficult than a normal free agent is that you have to have both parties agree, and not just the Warriors and Kaminga. That is one aspect of it. But why just the normal extension is more likely is because in the result or in the event of a sign-and trade, you need 3 parties to agree. Kaminga has to agree to the deal that the team that is acquiring him wants to give him, whether it's, you lay out $16 million a year, maybe somebody will offer $22 million a year, whatever it is. Kaminga has to agree to whatever deal that team is willing to pay. But then the Warriors have to agree with whatever team is acquiring him for the return back to the Warriors. Those are 2 things that are not easy to get done. And, oh, by the way, on top of that, you have to find a way to make the money work both ways, and it's an extremely difficult process to make the money work, and it's not even worth bringing up all of the minute details in terms of how that works. And you can take 50% back, but it's honestly actually a little bit more than 50% because of the salary cap matching process and the money matching numbers, and it's all you need to know is that it's really, really difficult. So with all that in mind, you add in the fact that it is a relatively dry market for Kaminga. It does seem like the likeliest scenario at this point is that he probably signs, a 2-3 year deal with the Warriors for somewhere between, $15 to $20 million, and then we'll see what happens in the first half of the year. But the updates from people in the know today, Dibs. First, Shams Charania, ESPN on NBA Today. We played this one earlier, but I want to play it again. Shams Charania, he said he spoke to Kaminga today. Here's Shams' update on the Kaminga situation.
The Warriors' entire offseason has been essentially on pause for one player, and that's the restricted free agent Jonathan Kaminga. And they have wanted to figure out his situation before making their other offseason moves. And so I saw Jonathan Kaminga this morning at a workout in Miami. He's in good spirits. He had a good workout. He did tell me, though, that he is in absolutely no rush on doing a deal with the Warriors right now, and he's not accepting their current offers. He added that he wants to continue to explore options with his agent, Aaron Turner, whether that's continuing conversations with the Warriors, but also sign and trade options that are available to him in the marketplace.
Okay, there's update 1 from Shams, but there is more, Dibs. Here's more Shams on NBA Today on ESPN, something that you were just talking about, the 2 teams that have made offers to the Warriors for Kaminga. Here's Shams.
I'm told the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings are 2 teams that have made concrete offers with the Warriors over the last week or so. They're 2 of the more aggressive teams with Kaminga, and they're also offering him an opportunity for significant minutes, a starting caliber role in their lineup, and those are 2 things that he wants more than anything. So where this is at, Vanessa, is the Warriors do not want anything, though, that is available to them, is being offered to them in sign and trades. And on the other hand, with Jonathan Kaminga, he is not ready to move forward with taking any of the Warriors' current offers. He's not in a hurry to do a deal there yet. And so 24 days into the offseason, it's a staring contest between these 2 sides that could continue much longer than just this month. And so we're nearing August and still no Warriors move so far this offseason.
Okay, Dibs, so let me get this straight. The update from Shams, who saw Kaminga in person today at a great workout down in Miami.
Great workout.
The update is, one, Kaminga's not in a rush to get this thing figured out. Kaminga doesn't like any of the Warriors' offers, and the Warriors don't like any of the offers from the teams that have actually made an offer to the Warriors for Kaminga, the Suns and the Kings. Those are the updates. So, in other words, no update.
Well, the update is that
nothing new.
Well, he's working out and he's looking good. And the other update is that he is in no rush to accept an offer from the Warriors that he doesn't think is commensurate with how good he sees himself. And so that is a little bit of a sticking point. The only thing that I think leans in the Warriors' favor is the idea that if Al Horford is already done and it's been a verbal and it's like, okay, when we get this taken care of, you're going to have the paperwork within moments and you can sign it. Or DeAnthony Melton, the same thing. If those deals are already in place on the back burner and they're just waiting, then I'm not as concerned about the Warriors having to, wait this out and sweat through it. But it's pretty clear from that report that Jonathan Kaminga sees his situation as one that he can kind of control. He can control the timeline of it.
Yes.
And, he wants to get a lot of money, and he wants to be a big part of a team and their offense, and neither one of those things seems to exist in Golden State.
That is Kaminga's power, and just that he doesn't have to agree to anything. He can just drag this out, and to your point, the Warriors might be willing to let it drag out because they have some handshake agreements in place, but the longer that this goes, the more uneasy that might be for both the Warriors and for the players that have potentially agreed in principle to a deal with the Warriors, but it has not become official and they have not officially signed a contract. Because you will get to a point where you feel like you got to let something happen. I've said before, and I'll explain it again, I think the reason why nothing has happened for the Warriors yet isn't because they can't, physically do it. Contractually, they can. They can sign Horford today, they could sign Melton today, they could sign GP2 today, they could sign Seth Curry today. They could sign all those guys today. But if you use the taxpayer mid-level on Horford or on whoever, or a portion of it or whatever, that hard caps you at the second apron. If you have a hard cap at the second apron, there becomes a theoretical reality where some team could clear cap space and offer Kaminga enough money that the Warriors physically can't match, and then he walks away for nothing, and there's nothing the Warriors can do about it. They want to avoid that theoretical situation becoming reality, so they're holding off on things. But I don't want anybody to think that Kaminga's willingness to wait is making it impossible for the Warriors to do stuff. They could do all that stuff. They have just chosen to figure out the Kaminga thing first for whatever reason, and then they're going to deal with everything else after. There might come a point when Horford realizes, you know what, this isn't working, I'm waiting too long, I'm just going to retire, or whatever it is. And then it might backfire on them.
It might.
But as of right now, if you have handshake agreements in place, what is the harm in waiting?
There's no harm. And the other piece is Gary Payton II. We haven't yet seen anything develop with GP2 as far as, him getting offers or him maybe being somebody who moves on. The initial report was, he won't be back, but now he's not anywhere. So you still have GP2 out there as a possibility who you could add at some later date in this offseason, as the offseason will drag into August and likely into September. And I know next month the official NBA schedule comes out. That's really the next big thing that happens in the NBA is the schedule will drop, and then you get to September and camp will open, and from there we get ready for the year.
I got a question that came in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The 408 asks, is it true that you can't trade anyone for 6 months after you extend them? 408, we remember this for the Markkanen situation last year. That was specific to that situation. Markkanen got extended in Utah, could not be traded for 6 months, and once that deadline, it was like August 12th or whatever it was last year, once that deadline passed, the Warriors could not theoretically acquire him at the trade deadline anymore because he would not have been eligible to be traded. That's not the case with Kaminga. It's only a 3-month timeline. So the Warriors can sign Kaminga really at any point before the season begins, and he would be eligible to be traded. So there is not that artificial artificial deadline in place for him and the Warriors in this situation. We got some calls that we want to get to on the Warriors, but Dibs, we do have some breaking news out of Major League Baseball.
Oh.
We don't need the sounder. This is not Giants related, but this is the first relatively big trade within the deadline area. We are a week away from the deadline. The Devers trade, of course, was over a month ago. That's not really a deadline deal. This is somewhat of a deadline deal. The Seattle Mariners are acquiring first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Naylor, he's hitting .292 so far this year, has 11 home runs, 30 home runs, and 100 RBIs last year in Cleveland. A bat on the move, a big bat on the move, but maybe the confirmation that we got from this move, Dibs, is that the D-backs will indeed be sellers, and Eugenio Suarez is probably the biggest prize out there on the market this year. And this signals, I would imagine, that Suarez will also be traded before the week is up.
On the move, yep. And, we now have inside of 7 days. I believe it's next Thursday at 3 o'clock
Correct.
Is when the deadline will hit. I don't know if the Giants will be players in the Suarez market. And honestly, the fact that the D-backs are now looking at, maybe punting on the year, for me, that doesn't really change the Giants' calculus about, their playoff odds. I don't think the D-backs were a team you really were looking at as competition. It's probably, the Padres and the Mets or Phillies and, a couple of other teams around the National League. There aren't a bunch of teams that you're competing with, but Arizona was not one of them.
Yes. The Diamondbacks kind of on the heels of the Giants, but they haven't been playing a lot of good baseball of late. They decide to sell. They have a lot of pieces that can bring them something back. Eugenio Suarez, third baseman who's near the league leaders in home runs. They just traded Josh Naylor. Who knows what they do with their pitching? Zach Gallen, could he be on the move? Merrill Kelly, another pitcher, he might be on the move. The D-backs, they might be some of the biggest sellers in terms of guys that can actually help postseason hopefuls. So we'll keep an eye on the Diamondbacks, not necessarily for competing with the Giants in the standings, but just in terms of who they trade some of those pieces to, because that could potentially impact the Giants in a different way. If a different team competing for a wild card spot gains some talent from the D-backs, that might in turn hurt the Giants. We'll get back to the Warriors after this quick break. We got BPA on the line, Dibs. We'll get to BPA.
All right.
When we come back, Warriors, Kaminga updates, not a whole lot new. We will let you hear what Anthony Slater had to say on ESPN about that, plus an interesting nugget about some of the other free agents the Warriors are tied to. We'll get to that when we come back. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs, back to wrap things up next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. 10 minutes left here on a Thursday. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs. Willard out tomorrow as well. He'll be back on Monday here on Willard and Dibs. Wrapping things up. Day number 2 in Niners training camp. Dibs is come and gone. They've got one more normal practice day until they put the pads on. They'll practice tomorrow. They'll be off Saturday, and then pads on Sunday.
Ooh, exciting. Yeah, we're getting there. Just stay healthy. I mean, the Justin Fields one today where he had a dislocated toe. Not the big toe, which is good. One of the lesser toes.
Do we know which lesser toe?
I'm not sure, but, the big toe is obviously called the big toe for a reason. It's the big one, the big fella. The other 4, I don't know how you would rank your toes. I'm told the pinky toe is super critical. My sister, actually, her pinky toe is tucked under her foot in a botched surgery. But, yeah.
I don't know if that's worth it.
Shout out to Kaner. She got about 4.6 toes, I would say. That thing's not quite a legit toe, but the fact that he had a dislocated toe by getting stepped on and he had to be carted off the field.
Crazy.
Super crazy.
Yeah.
And so I just saw the headline, Justin Fields carted off, and I thought,
no.
Oh, Casey Schmidt, no.
Yep.
And you look, it's like he got stepped on, dislocated toe, carted off. Okay.
He'll be fine.
He's fine, but just stay healthy, Niners. I mean, you're not even in the pads yet, and Pearsall is on the pup, can't perform, and Jacob Cowing tweaked a hammy within the first hour of the first practice. What are we doing here?
No pads and not even running routes against anybody else. He was just running
against air,
and he pulled his hammy.
Right. So just stay healthy, get into September, and be healthy. And the official start of preseason football is in 1 week, Grandy.
1 week from right now,
The
there
Hall
will
of
be
Fame
football
game,
on.
yes.
NFL football will be on.
Yeah, I mean, yes, NFL football in quotes on a patently dangerous field in Dayton, Ohio, with the majority of those players actually not being NFL players, but they're going to be allowed to run around in NFL uniforms, which is kind of cool.
This is the last Thursday that we won't have NFL football.
Okay.
To some degree.
Until, how deep does the Thursday schedule go? Does it go all the way through the last? Is there one in the last week?
I don't know. Maybe not the last week. Maybe second to last week.
Okay. Yeah.
But through the almost the entire regular season. This is the last Thursday without some kind of NFL football, Dibs.
And you know what that means, right? It's time to fade the dibber coming up. I will give you my Hall of Fame game lock next Thursday.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Thursday night football. A bunch of guys who will never make the league will be on display in Dayton, Ohio.
Looking forward to it. Canton, not Dayton.
Hey, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
whatever. One of those places
if you're not
in Ohio.
Cincinnati or Cleveland or Columbus, what are you, Ohio?
That's a good point.
Anyways,
that's coming up in a week. We've been talking a lot of Niners today. Of late, a little more on the Warriors because there has been a little bit of new information coming in as it relates to Kaminga. Shams Charania said Kaminga had a great workout today, but also that Kaminga is in no rush to get a resolution. Also that the Warriors have not, clearly, no deal has been made, have not liked any of the offers they've gotten from other teams for Kaminga, and Kaminga does not like the offers the Warriors have been giving Kaminga himself. We will hear from Anthony Slater with something new, but first, let's go out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Brian in Palo Alto, BPA, joins us. It's Dibs and Grandy. BPA, what do you got?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Brian, how you doing, kid?
Yeah, I think, a tough offseason for Joe Lacob, in my take. And don't blame Steve. I don't blame Kerr. I don't blame Kaminga. They should have moved off Kaminga a long time ago when they had opportunities to get good players in return. It's just an egregiously incompetent management of an asset, period. And it's permanent record time here for a guy that, is holding up their entire offseason, in which they have a 2-year window. They have done nothing. And this guy has mucked up the works, and his agent, and granted, he is one of the most incompetent agents, I think, really in the last decade of NBA basketball, of a guy that's given pretty bad advice to his client. But they should have moved off him a long time ago. at that last trade deadline. But it's unfortunate. It really is, And I don't know that this offseason can be salvaged, which basically means I would say that's kind of the end of the Curry run. And it will be at the hands of Joe Lacob, Jonathan Kaminga, and his agent. And that's sad because they really they don't deserve it.
What could salvage it right now, B? Before we let you go, I mean, if they were able to keep Kaminga or get something for Kaminga and bring in Horford and Melton, would that, quote, salvage it? Or is that already too far down the road for you?
I don't think a lot of Warrior fans want Kaminga back at this point. I think it would be real tough to bring him back. You can't bring him back at a qualifying offer because now you're burning, $7-8 million of the cap for a guy that's almost basically guaranteed to leave the next season. So you can't prioritize or build around him or any of that kind of stuff. So I don't see the logic of giving him $20 to $25 million a year when any team can sign him right now to an offer sheet. I don't even think the Warriors would match. And the way the league has valued him, the best we can come up with is Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen. I think, and he talked about, these Kaminga stands on Twitter who are just truly toxic, by the way. They value Kaminga over Curry and Kerr and everything else. And that we see how he's valued around the league now. Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal on the King. I don't even know the Kings guys that they're offering up, but Sarge, and the rookie who was, I think, one of the worst rookies in the league last year. So
Devin Carter. Yeah.
I don't know that it can be salvaged. They mismanaged this asset so badly, and I don't know how you fix it now. So.
Yeah. Thanks,
right,
Brian.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too, Brian. Thanks for the call. The one thing that BPA said that's interesting is he doesn't even think the Warriors would match an offer sheet that Kaminga might sign with a different team. He might be wrong there. Let's listen to Anthony Slater, who was also on NBA Today on ESPN earlier today. First, you will hear some of the names the Warriors have been linked to, and then you'll hear an update on Kaminga. Here is Slater.
All signs point to Al Horford. They're certainly interested in him. I would say if they are not able to get that done, if Horford, who you hear is also mulling retirement, if he's not on the roster next year, it's a big miss by the Warriors because that's in their plans. They need a stretch five. They're also looking for perimeter defense. There is mutual interest in a reunion with DeAnthony Melton, who played only 6 games for them last year before he tore an ACL, but it was a really good fit. Steph Curry likes him. And they want some extra shooting. Another name I'm hearing with mutual interest, Seth Curry, actually, as a potential bench shooting option with a family tie. And then, the other thing they need is they need youth, they need athleticism, and they need scoring. And Jonathan Kaminga fits that. It's clear Jonathan Kaminga is in their plans, but I'm not sure the Warriors are in Kaminga's plans, and that's what's still trying to get sorted out.
Okay, 2 things there. Slater says Horford, Melton, and Seth Curry have mutual interest between them and the Warriors. Seth Curry, I know we've heard rumors before, but now it is being described as a mutual interest. Interesting. And the other thing, and this is why I said Brian might be wrong in saying that the Warriors wouldn't want to match any offer sheet Kaminga signs. Slater says there pretty strongly Kaminga is in the Warriors' plans, but the Warriors might not be in Kaminga's plans, meaning the Warriors have interest in bringing him back, but Kaminga might not want to come back.
And he won't want to come back, especially for $7.9 million. And if he has to play the role that he has played, I don't think that he would want to come back and do that. But he may not have a great amount of other options. And I do kind of side with BPA, what he talked about with Kaminga's agent. Whatever the offer was or wasn't last offseason, and I do believe him that there wasn't an offer there for $30 million. But whatever happened between then and now, the offer that's out there now is a lot less than what they could have gotten last offseason, and that to me becomes a pretty fireable offense.
There's been mismanagement on both sides of this, the Warriors and Kaminga side. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and the Kaminga side is, you have a guy representing you. He's supposed to be able to read the market and go out there and get you your chicken.
Yep. And the Warriors side, you did not want to part with Kaminga as part of a deal that might have brought you Pascal Siakam.
Right.
2 years ago now. Well, a year and a half ago at this point. So, not a good look, really, on either side. The larger picture is no update, no news. There is nothing imminent, it seems. Another day has passed and no Kaminga resolution. Dibs, it's all the time we have today. We got one more show together before Willard comes back. Talk to you tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, maybe Kaminga signs between now and then. I'm sorry. That's just nonsense.
I hope so, but probably not.
Yeah, baseball tomorrow, and we got another day of Niners camp to kick around.
Yes, we do. That's coming up tomorrow. Also, what's coming up next here on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Best of the Game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day. And what's coming up is the crossover, Steiny and Evan, Dibs and myself, and then Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard breaking down Niners training camp. That's what's coming up. For Dibs, for Lucas, for Ken, I'm Mark Grandy. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.